but I'm gonna start that whenever I'm gonna eat my salad whenever we get to the questions and stuff. Um, okay. Uh, learning. Okay, so learning from last week's live session. Hold on. So, so learning from last week's live session. We're gonna make this a lot smooth, uh, a lot more smooth, so to speak, and we're gonna improve on it. All right. Um, and then this one right here is gonna be recorded because TikTok does not fail on the recording. That's also why I'm doing it as well. So what we got? What we got? What we got? Let's see here. Hey, yeah, no problem. Happy Sunday. Okay, guys, listen. Okay. So, my question to you guys is this. Hmm. You guys already know the bias. So, hold on. I have a question. And so, guys, how this is going to work is this: the live stream last time got more smooth, and things progressed very, very, very well. Whenever I asked you guys questions, you guys interacted. So some of you guys might not have mics, but you guys can type inside the chat. So I need you guys to interact with me, and I need you guys to So that's what I need you guys to do. So whenever I ask you a question, I need you guys to let me know. All right, guys, I'm talking to people inside Discord. So with that being said, does anyone need me to walk them through for 5 minutes about the daily bias? I'm sorry, about what I do as far as my setup is concerned, because there's some people new here to Discord that might not know what I do in regards to whenever I open up my chart, what I am looking for. Does anyone want that? Does anyone want me to do that? You guys want me to do that? If you want me to do that, say yes. If not, then just say nothing. Yes, yes. Okay, walk us through. Okay, great. I will do that right now. So, guys, listen, look, guys, I know that you guys might look and go, holy smokes, this dude right here calls this market out. How does he do that? How does he know this? So and so and so forth. You will do the same here. From being a part of Discord for at least three or four, for at least, I probably say at least, guys, you'll actually learn how to become a more of a profitable trader before you learn how to call this market out. So I got to be transparent with you. Calling the market out and understanding where exactly they're going to go, and then seeing things happen in real time. Like when I go, holy smokes, there's a double top, and I go, oh, holy smokes, they're going to take that out. And Ray goes, yeah, and Ray, not Ray, but Ray inside Discord goes, holy smokes, what does that mean? How did you know that? Um, you're going to have to get a trained eye for that, and that's going to take at least minimum 5 to 6 months minimum of you consistently just looking at the market. But you don't need that in order for you to be profitable here. You just need something simple that you can repeat over and over and over again. So that's going to be one of the first lessons, right? So that's going to be one of the first lessons that we have here. All right, guys? So, with that being said, this is what I do every single day. I open up my chart. So, let's just say, like, I open up my chart right here and I go to a 15-minute time frame. I don't care what I am doing. People inside Discord, they have access to these indicators. You need to have this FEG indicator right over here on your chart. You need to have this, and then you can copy my settings. That's inside Discord. You can see that. You copy my settings, right? Now, with that being said, I come over here and I look at the 15-minute FEGs. Guys, there's nothing over here on this chart. So let's just remove the guys. You don't need to be worried about the gamma levels. You don't need to be doing that. Hold on real quick. So, so, so guys, listen. Guys, I know, guys, look, because I had someone come over here on Friday and say, bro, why you got all those indicators on your chart? Guys, I know that it might look like a lot of indicators, guys, but there's nothing here. There's nothing on this chart other than VWAP. but I don't even trade using that. So this line right here is VBAP. There's nothing here. Your chart should not have 100,000 indicators on here. It should really be almost as clear as you can possibly see it, because you only need to see what you only need to see. I'm gonna repeat that again, guys. You only need to know, and you only need to see what you only need to see. Anything else is just a distraction, and it's just gonna confuse you. Guys, listen. I know that you're trying to chase and you're trying to maybe mix and match and find 1,000 of reasons and as to why the market's gonna go up and down. Guys, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. The only thing that you need to figure out is the everything that you are looking at needs to be primarily centered around where this market is going to go. Anything else other than where it's going to go, which is their first objective, is completely meaningless. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'm gonna be 150% honest with you. So, with that being said, guys, everything that I have on this chart is deemed around its first objective, which is liquidity. That's it. So, once you understand, guys, you need to write this down. So, if you guys, there's a reason why you're in the class right now. You need to write this down. The first objective of this market is this. Guys, I didn't copy this from anyone else, so I understood this, and it took me 10 to 12 years for me to finally understand this. So this is in my own words, but I'm going to give it to you in an easy to read and concise manner. All right? The first objective of this market is to fill orders, which is essentially liquidity. The first objective is to fill orders. That's it. So you need to understand that. So if you have a trading journal, you need to write that in your journal every single day so you are not confused. This market is not trying to fool you. It is not trying to hurt you. It is actually trying to help you by filling orders. It is just trying to go to a spot to where it's going to fill orders. That is it. And then its second objective is to create imbalances to then target, to then fulfill its first objective, which is to fill orders or target liquidity. And then its third objective, after it has created imbalances, is to fill those imbalances. So first objective is to target liquidity or to fill orders. And then how it's going to do that is the second objective, which is to create imbalances. What are the imbalances? These are imbalances right here. That's it. This right here is just a 15-minute imbalance. That's it. Its third objective is to then fill these imbalances. Like right here, this was a 15-minute imbalance and it filled it. Right? So that's it. That is the only job of this market. There is nothing else concerning this market. It does not see your orders. It doesn't see anything else other than that. And if anyone is telling you any differently, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm just being honest with you. All of the full rules, all of the noise, all of the hidden objectives, whatever they're trying to sell you, I don't give a shit about their $5,000, $10,000 a month course they're trying to sell you. None of that stuff matters, right? None of that stuff matters. Those are the only objectives of this market, and this market is not trying to hurt you. It is only trying to fill orders. It only seems as though it's hurting you because you just don't understand directly how it's trying to fill orders. And not everyone sees these imbalances that this market is trying to create. So with that being said, hold on real quick. Let me turn my timer on. Why do I have to turn my timer on? Because I want to make sure that I stay on point because we're doing a class. We're doing a live class. So with that being said, you have to understand that. So I know that before I wake up every single morning. So with that being said, I label out my 15-minute BISIs and my 15-minute SIBIs. This is a 15-minute SIBI, this is a 15-minute BISI. I label that out every single day. It's Big Me said, it's just PA. Guys, listen, for every single person that thinks that you can understand how this market works just based off of technical analysis, that's not how this works. You're going to have to understand the fundamental side as well as the psychological side in order to fully master it. I'm just being honest with you. Why? Because you're going to have to know and understand that they are going to use news. It's called news drivers. They're going to use news drivers randomly to fulfill their objectives for what they were trying to do. So this market, guys, you cannot master trading strictly just off of technical analysis alone. So I know that that's hard, guys. I know that's a harsh reality, and like some of you are probably struggling with that. But here inside Discord, you will master that off of that alone. So I will actually be your guide as you master technical analysis. So that's also the advantages of being inside Discord. Because as you master the trading and once you understand it, there's going to be some pitfalls that you might not fully understand. Like, guys, listen, look, for anyone that's inside the trading group, you might not have understood this. Guys, listen, you might not have understood this right here. You guys might not have understood this. You guys might not have understood this, so you may have blown your account because of this. Or, guys, listen, this right here is why you're in here. Wednesday, like how I said 6 days ago on the trade plan. Wednesday is the perfect day to hunt sell side. Then Thursday is the perfect day for the market to gap down. Fully reverse after open on gap fill Thursday, which they did. Check, check, check 100% so far. Trap shorts after having engineered liquidity and bouncer going into Powell's Jackson Hole speech on Friday. That's what I'm thinking. Guys, this has nothing to do with technical analysis. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. So, guys, you have to understand that they're going to use news drivers to then target the most obvious thing that they're going to do. So technical analysis alone will not save you. And that's exactly what they did. They bounced it. And then, and guys, and they're going to take it right back to the all-time high this upcoming week, probably. I'm serious. That's exactly what they're going to do. If not, then they're going to do it on the first week of September. Maybe do time distortion, slightly pull it back, and then shoot it up again. So you're going to have to understand that, and you're going to have to use me as your guide as you continue to master this and then navigate this market. All right? So that's a huge, huge, huge part of it, right? So I'm on 3 minutes on this point. I'm on 3.5 minutes on this point. So I'm going to try and keep it concise because there's some new people here. So back to what I'm looking for. I mark out all of my 15-minute imbalances. Why do I do my 15-minute imbalances? Because that's the most, because what I have noticed is that the market reacts the most in a short period of time to the 15-minute imbalances, guys. The hourlies, sure. The 4 hours, sure. You can do that. Guys, I'm not saying that you can't formulate a trading strategy off of a 4-hour BISI or a 4-hour or a 1 hour. You can do that because there's students in here that do that. That's fine. Guys, you can determine your own daily bias off of that because how I trade might not be how you trade. But one thing I would tell every single student in here, I don't give a damn what you're doing. You guys have seen it time in and time out again. I don't care what you are doing. You need to label out the 15-minute FVGs on your chart. And what you need to do is that you need to come over here to this rectangle and you need to highlight them, and then you need to edit the settings to where it goes all the way and definitely over here to the right until it gets filled. And you need to know when it gets filled, and when it gets filled, you can delete it. But your chart should look like this with the 15 minutes. Now, if you want to chart out the 1 hour or the 4 hours, just so that you don't forget, that's fine. But guys, listen to me. This market can flip on a dime. Guys, you've seen it all the time. The moment that it touches a particular 15-minute FVG, you need to be aware of it. So that you're not looking at a 1 or a 4 hour imbalance and you try and short it, thinking that you're going to time the market, and the market shoots up into a 15-minute BISI or a SIBI and it rejects or it bounces immediately at the drop of a dime. Why do I say that? Right? Because guys, look what happened right here. When we touched this 15-minute BISI down in here, look, we came down here and then we dumped it. This market was in a full-blown bearish dump mode. We tapped it and we bounced. We came down here and we tapped it again and then we immediately bounced. We came down here and then we tapped this one right here and we bounced. We came down here and we tapped this 15-minute BISI and we bounced. We came up and we shot up here in a straight line and then we tapped this 15-minute SIBI up here and this market rejected. It came up into here again and it shot past it and it rejected. This market cannot clear this 15-minute SIBI. It is reacting. Guys, this 15-minute SIBI is putting a halt on this entire market. And you would not know it was there if you didn't have this on your chart. So you might be looking at a 4-hour, but guys, listen, do you know how many 4-hour candles get made in a day? There's only one full 4-hour candle gets made in a day. One. And then on the hourly, you only get like 5 or 6 of them. Full. 5 full for sure. So you can determine daily bias off of that, sure, but you need to have these 15 minutes on your chart because this market is reacting to these 15 minutes heavily. Now, that doesn't mean that every single 15-minute BISI or SIBI is going to reject or pump. But guys, as you've seen numerous times, we've been bouncing between a BISI, between a 15-minute BISI and a 15-minute SIBI, and it creates channels like that. So you have to be aware of that. So that's the importance of what I'm doing, and I am going to instruct every single last one of you to do that. And so that's all that I do. And then in order for me to determine the liquidity zones, which I'm getting ready to ask you guys for interaction purposes, right? I go to maybe a 1-minute time frame, or if it's a little bit fuzzy, I go out to a 3-minute, right? Let's just say 3-minute. And then what I do is I look for possible zones in regards to where the market can go. So right now, in order to keep the engagement going, we are going to do a small questionnaire. All right, guys, this is mastering the market. This is the basic fundamentals of what you have to do. I do not care what strategy you are trading inside Discord or what models you have backtested. This is the bare minimum that you have to understand. So you have to participate. So if you don't understand, you are going to have to ask me questions. That's why you're paying $29 a month. You are here to master trading. And this is how you do it. And then once you master trading, then you can just ask me questions in real time to grade your trade setups. And then guess what, guys? And then you could just use me just as a daily guide until you fully gain your bias. But by then you'll be making $5,000 to $10,000 a day. So you're not gonna care about $29 a month. You're not gonna care about that, guys. Even if you're making $100 a day doing what we're doing consistently, which is the bottom of the barrel for this. The bottom of the barrel is $100 to $200 a day. I'm being so honest. You still not gonna care about no $29 a month if you're managing your money accordingly. I'm not saying you going to the strip club and you blowing it all on your every single payout. Then you might care. But you got to manage it accordingly and then reinvest. All right? Back into the business. That's the purpose of this. All right. Yes, guys, look, we only do, well, no, we do, guys, this applies to everything. This applies to NQ and ES. So for anyone that wants to trade ES, you can trade ES. So guys, you can do that. But however, this primarily applies, guys, this applies to any one of the futures. This might even apply to gold, but I'm not going to go that far because I don't understand the patterns with gold. So I'm not even going to even attempt to talk about something that I am not well versed in. All right, guys, I am well versed in NQ, and I know this market like the back of my hand, and I will help navigate you through that. And I will help you master it. I'm being so honest. So anyway, guys, listen. This is a perfect example here. So we are going to not only go back, like, let's just say 2 or 3 weeks to find an example. Guys, we are going to go back. We are going to go back. We are going to look at this chart right here, and we are going to look at the possible liquidity zones that they can target here. So, hold on. Let's do bar replay. So we're going to do bar replay here. Bar replay means that we're going to go back into the past. Guys, you can launch bar replay. Guys, you can launch bar replay and go back into the past with TradingView, which is very, very, very important, right? Hold on, select date. So we're going to go back to, let's just say, we are going to go back to, let's just say, what's a good date for us to go back to so that we can start to look at some liquidity that they might be targeting, right? Because I don't want you guys to remember. Let's go back to Wednesday at, let's just say, whenever, like right around the time I started sending out the updates. So let's just say Wednesday, right? So we're gonna go to Wednesday. No, Wednesday was after that. So go. Let's go, guys. Listen, let's go back to Tuesday at midnight because because we called out CPI in here as well. So we're gonna go back to Tuesday at midnight, all right? And then we're gonna pull up this chart here, guys. The time right now. Close your eyes, and we're gonna use your imagination. And also, this is also why, guys, use your imagination.
Imagination.
I need you to look at this chart right now. This, guys, this is what I do on whenever I send out the targets that end up hitting like 100% one way or the other, and then the market randomly decides to reverse or make a major decision off of those targets. So this is the first interaction point. So hopefully you guys have been paying attention for the last 15 to 18 minutes. Now is the time for everyone to react inside Discord. Hey, kiddo, what's up, buddy? Guys, listen. What you need to look at is that you need to look at my chart and you need to determine the first question. Does anyone remember what I said? The first major point, liquidity. This market is just trying to fill orders. You need to look at this chart. Use your imagination. Right now, the time is Tuesday, August the 12th at 12 a.m. in the morning. So I sent out this alert a little bit before then for what they were probably going to do for CPI a couple days before, right? But that was off of the psychological perspective. What I am talking about is the technical perspective. What are the liquidity zones in regards to where they can potentially target? So everyone inside Discord, you need to interact and you need to look at this. Now listen, you might not be able to see the numbers super crystal clear. Some of you can, because some of you might be a little bit older or the numbers might be hard to read. But I will ask you if this is what you mean. But you need to look at my chart right now and you need to answer the question and type it in and give me a response. What are the liquidity zones that they can reasonably target in order to fill orders from 12 a.m. right now until 9:30 a.m. in the morning, until New York Standard Time? You have to understand this. This is very important. We only trade, I only trade New York. But guys, look, this is the basic understanding. So whether or not you want to trade Asia or London or whatever it is, or New York, you're going to have to understand this to master trading. I'm sorry. All right? So everyone needs to respond right now and let me know the liquidity zones that you think they can target, whether or not you think that they can come here, 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 here. It does not matter. You need to let me know right now. Where are the zones that you think that they are going to target initially? I'm going to give it about 1 minute for everyone to respond. You need to give me a number. Guys, it is not, guys, listen, do not get confused. This has nothing to do with any strategies. Guys, we are stripping trading down to its chrome. You are going to master trading. You are going to learn how to master trading based off of this. We are stripping it down to its chrome for you to understand. Stripping it down to its chrome means there's nothing else there. It's a term that there's nothing else there. You don't need to see anything in particular here on this chart. Every single last one of these candles are 3-minute candles. But guys, listen, look, hold on real quick. Let me add this in here. Let me put this in here so that people can gain an understanding. So I'm going to put that in there. So you can update it if you want to. So from top to bottom in this entire chart, that's about a 2% move. Now listen, I want to see everyone's responses, and then I'm going to update it as well with new information, and then I want to see what you think. Watch how your response should change based off of what's going on. Now look, you don't know what's going on the next day. This guys, the context here is that this is just a normal day, a normal everyday with no crazy news drivers. All right, where are the target zones that they can target here? It's important. You need to pay attention. It's important. So where? While I add some dressing to my salad, you got another 2 more minutes. Guys, this portion is called mastering trading so that you can fully understand and train your eye to what you're looking at. Because guys, like I know you probably guys are probably thinking, how the hell is this dude? How the hell does he see this shit? Why? Because I am seeing and I'm looking at what I'm getting ready to reveal to you that most people are not even looking at. Kidder, Kidder, you're thinking a bearish movement? Guys, guys, listen. If you were trying to predict the market, this is not this. Guys, this has nothing to do with predicting the market, guys. Got, got, yeah. Guys, listen. This has nothing to do with predicting the market. Guys, for everyone watching, this is exclusive to Discord in particular. So you have to be inside Discord to get one-on-one lessons. It's free. And I will make sure everyone gets it. And I also do one-on-one lessons in this, guys. It's like a $5,000 a month value until you master trading. And then once you master it, you're not gonna care about $29 a month. You're just gonna be subscribed just for the love of it. And then and then until you master the psychological aspect of it, which is what I'm getting ready to reveal to you now. Hold on. Let me see everyone's responses. 23,800. Uh, Lana from Ukraine. What's your response? I'm waiting on you, Lana from Ukraine. What's going on? If you're just listening, that's fine. But what's going on, Lana from Ukraine? Okay, Dara responded. Uh, I think that Maritza starts to understand. So Maritza probably understands. So guys, look, if you understand, then that's fine. You don't have to respond. But if you don't understand, you need to be responding. I'm serious. What you thinking, Ray? Ray, what you thinking? What you thinking, Ray? Because Ray, you've been here for about for about 3 weeks now, 3.5 weeks now. What you thinking, Ray? What you think? Oh, Latanya responded. Did she put something in here? What you thinking, Latanya? What you thinking? What are you guys thinking? I want to know, guys, because I'm getting ready to answer another question right here. Because and guys, and then I'm going to let you know whether or not you're right or you're wrong. So that guys, someone needs to let you know that you're right or you're wrong so that you can correct your your wrong logic. Because if no one tells you that your answer for 2 + 2 = 747 to the 15th power, and if no one says, hey, that's wrong, and then shows you why it's wrong, you're not going to fully comprehend and understand. So, guys, watching, guys, yes, you might be able to learn a little bit by watching, but you're going to have to fight the urge and you're going to have to actually respond and let me know so that I can go, hey, you know what? You're right. Or, hey, you know what? You're wrong. So that way you can learn. That's why you're here inside Discord so that you can respond and then get real live market feedback without losing your entire life savings. And then when you lose your entire life savings to the market, you still have to learn anyway, or just walk away for forever. Because this market doesn't care if you get it right or wrong. I'm gonna be honest, it does not give a damn. It doesn't care about you. So you are looking at this chart here in reference and you are trying to figure out a specific number for where they are going to go at in this market to then do their number one objective, which is to fill orders. Give me a number. Shoot me a number inside Discord, please. You need to shoot me a number. All right. Now, that was the first portion. I gave everyone 2 minutes. That was the first portion. The next question that I want everyone to send. Hold on. I'm going to type it. Hold on. I'm waiting on Ray and Quavo to respond before I send this in. Hold on. Because those are some of the OG members from like a month ago or so ago. So I want them to have a chance to respond. Guys, this is for everybody. Guys, everybody will succeed in master trading in here. Everybody will master trading in here. Some of you, it might take you a month or two, and then others, it might take you 4 to 6 months. But guys, who gives a shit if it takes you 6 months to master trading? When people go to school for 8 to 12 years to become doctors, and then they only make 150 to 200,000 a year, and you can make their salary in like 5 minutes doing this, and you just walk away from your screen. You guys see me do it all the time. And you can scale up from nothing and make 15 to 20,000 a day after like 3 or 4 months after you understand what you're doing. Who gives a shit about 4 to 6 months? So you got it, guys. So you got to keep your eye on the prize, and you have to be willing to learn, and you have to be willing to humble yourself. I'm just being honest. I'm being honest. Guys, it's not like how it was 50 years ago where you needed 500,000 to do this or a million in liquid to do this. Guys, you can scale up and start making 15 to 20,000 dollars a day doing what we're doing with these props after like 3 or 4 months, and like you need less than $1,000. So that's also the next topic that we're going to talk about is the $1,000 to $50,000 challenge. Not in funded. I'm talking about taking $1,000 in less than $1,000 investments and then turning it into $50,000 liquid cash, and then you reinvesting a portion of that directly into getting more accounts, and then you can be right to making $15,000 to $20,000 a day minimum. Some upwards of 50,000. So not upwards. I'm sorry, upwards of 150 to $250,000 in one day. But you got to learn this first. Driving. So hard times here. Okay, guys, Ray, I'm sorry. Guys, listen, look, if you're driving, don't worry about that, all right? So I apologize. I'm sorry, Ray. Guys, I'm sorry, because, guys, listen, that's also why if you hear me read out numbers and someone, hey, bro, I can clearly see those numbers. Why does that keep saying that? Guys, it's because there's a lot of people that might be driving or trying to multitask. So I have to talk things out. Now, the next question is this. The next, guys, I'm talking slow on this so that you guys can get this. Guys, I could obviously skip through this, but you're going to have to learn it piece by piece and hear me say it day by day, over and over again. All right? So, guys, listen. The next thing is this. CPI, which is a major news driver, comes out. CPI, which is a major news driver, comes out 8.5 hours from now, which is the second or third largest news driver of the month. The only one larger than this is non-farms payrolls. That's going to inject more volatility into this market. Does that change your response? Yes or no? And if it does, let me know the next targets that you think that they can begin to take out. The next targets that you think that they can begin to then take out. Does that change your response in particular? Does that change your response in particular in regards to where you think that they can begin to target? Here. CPI comes out August in 8.5 hours. Does that change where you think that they can go here? Does that change that? Does that in particular change where you think that they can take this market at? If so, then you can message in here and you can let me know based off of what I told you. Does that change your mind? So my question to you is this, Monique? Hold on, let's see. No. So Ray says 23,800. Okay, yes. So Ray is saying here. So initially, let me answer this. So Ray is saying here, 23,800 is 0.6 away. Okay, not bad. And Ray says to the down, guys, this includes to the upside and to the downside as well. Guys, listen, you're gonna have to put targets to the upside and to the downside. It is not just one target. I'm sorry, let me correct that. So if you didn't put a downside target or if you didn't put an upside target, you need to do that as well. Guys, this is non-biased learning. This is the most important lesson of learning anything else. That's why I'm spending 15 minutes on this one topic. This is the most important lesson of, guys, before you learn anything else, you have to understand this. There's nothing more important than this than understanding how to trade. Guys, I'm being honest with you. From what I have seen, from looking at this market every single day, there's nothing more important than this. That's why I send this out first off and foremost. Because if you don't have a clear draw on liquidity, or like if you don't know what they're going to do, how can you take a trade? I'm serious. How? So Ray says up here, Ray says 23,800, which is basically here. King says 23,650. It's already at 23,650 is right here. That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. They can take that out on one candle, King. 23,650 is wrong. So you're wrong. Dara says 23,325. 23,325. So Dara is talking about down here on the 2% move. I'm going to get back to that. But initially, based off of the first question that I asked, no. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, too far. Dara. I'm sorry. Yeah. Dara says, I'm sorry. Yeah. Dara says 23,325. Yep, no, Dara. Dara says, or 23,810. Yes, right here. So Dara was looking at this right here. That is correct. DJ says 800 up. So 23,800 right here, basically. And guys, the top of this point, or 520 to the downside. I'm assuming that she was talking about, DJ was talking about here. That's what I'm assuming. So technically speaking, I'm going to put that right there. That was correct for the first question. So, which guys, we're splitting here. It's tomato, but right here, this liquidity zone right here, basically about 520. But the exact point was about right here. About right there, right? So, correct. DJ, great job. Panda says 800 to the upside, 2350 to the down, 23,350. 350. 350. If you're gonna do that, you guys, if you're looking at these crazy downside targets, it has to be like right here. So no, not 350. It's gonna be like right here. Guys, if they come to 350, they're not gonna stop at 350. They're gonna come down here and sweep 330. So no, if you thought 350, that's wrong, Panda. 2350. But I'm assuming that you didn't see this point right here. But if they're gonna come down here, they're gonna sweep this. So they're gonna take out that liquidity zone in order to fill orders. Imbalances, Felicia. Imbalances has nothing to do with what we're looking at. I'm not sure if that was your question. So 23,560, Felicia says. 23,560. 23,560. I'm sorry. Moving a little bit slow. I haven't had nothing yet. 23,560. Nope. Wrong. Liquidity zones. You're wrong, Felicia. Miss Felicia, I'm sorry. 23,760. Nope, you're wrong again. See, look, you're looking at where they could potentially start to target as far as like potentially tapping into an imbalance. That is not what I'm talking about. I am talking about where they are going to go to then target liquidity to then fill orders. To do their number one objective. Their number one objective is to fill orders. Where are they going to go? You have to understand this to master trading. I'm being honest. So no, Felicia, no. Felicia, you're thinking two and 3 and 4 steps ahead. I'm talking about stripping it down to its chrome. So now, the next question is I gave you your feedback. So my question to you is this. Knowing that CPI is coming up the next day, all right? Does that change your response? If it does, I'm going to give you 60 seconds in order for you to type in a new number that changes your response. Is that going to change your response? The upside or downside targets knowing that. Ray said no. Ray said no. Will that change your response? Yes or no? I don't need a specific number, but But if it did change, then you can update that. But however, I need a yes or a no from anyone that's not driving or doing anything hazardous or that's not working to the point to where they're going to get in trouble. Just no. DJ says no. Does anyone agree with DJ? Ray says no. Ray says no. Does anyone else agree or disagree? King, let me know. What the hell was that? Why did that thing just do that? Excuse me. What was that? King, you agree that it's not going to change? Guys, this is my salad. Excuse me. It's my first time eating. No, but yes, guys, Phantom is correct. Guys, no one has a crystal ball, but you can start to understand what they're going to do. You can start to understand what they're going to do, and I'm going to explain it to you. I am going to explain it to you, and I'm going to show you in real time. Watch. Just watch, Phantom. Watch. I'm going to show you. No, they can use it to shoot it either way, but in reality, no. Guys, listen. All of you are wrong. All of you are wrong. If you sat here in your mind, and guys, that's why whenever you join, that's why I tell you to download the News Drivers page. Guys, listen, if you sat here in your mind and if you said, well, no, like my normal targets aren't going to change because of CPI tomorrow or because of non-farm payrolls report tomorrow. No. Every single last one, guys, not one person said, well, you're not. Let me look at something else. That's wrong. You want to know why it's wrong? Because on a major news driver, guys, they are going to then start targeting upper levels of liquidity. And volatility is going to be heightened. So this normal move right here that you're looking at, like, guys, this is a normal day's move, 0.6% up or down. That's about it, guys. That's your average true range right here. But on a CPI day, all of this is now on the table. I'm serious. Guys, that's how I figured this out. Look, guys, that's how I figured this out right here. That's how I figured this out, guys. Listen. Wait, I'm sorry. That's how I figured this out. When was CPI? That's how I figured this out. Hold on, when was CPI? That was the 13th, so we got to go back before then. Where are we at? All-time high shoot on one of these weekly news drivers, pull it back into range, so and so and so forth, right? But watch this, hold on. Logically, I'm expecting them to use the CPI as an excuse to shoot us in the all-time high. Guys, the larger the news driver, the more than likely they're going to use it to then target upper levels of liquidity that they aren't going to do on a normal day. We are going to shoot again into all-time highs shortly. It's just a matter of which news driver that they decide to use. Then that means that you didn't fully then that means that you just don't fully understand the trade plan yet, which is okay. Why? Because this was CPI and what they do. Remember? I remember that day. Guys, listen. That's also how I understood this. Look at this, guys. Look. Guys, that's also how I understood this. Pay attention. This is very important because if you were wrong, you need to pay attention to this. Where's Powell speaking at? Powell speaking at 10 a.m. You are likely to get FU candles out of nowhere if Powell says something unexpected. If expiration is behind us, SPX has been cooling off for 5 days in a row. I'm fully expecting the bounces to find buy side liquidity tomorrow, so and so forth. What did I say? Wait, I'm sorry. That was before then because I gave out that update before then. Where was it at? Oh yeah, this is what I said. Expect this market to bounce into Wednesdays, Thursdays / Friday into Powell. All-time high on ES is not safe. Nope, that's not it because I was even more specific with that. Where was that at? Where was that? Where did I say all-time high on Powell? Where did I say that at? Where did I say that at? Because Oh yeah, trap shorts after having engineered liquidity and bouncer going into Powell's Jackson Hole speech on Friday. That's what I'm thinking. But there was something else I could have sworn that I said all-time high was on the table. Remember, all-time high on ES is not safe. So with that being said, um, so yeah, so with that being said, with that being said, guys, you have to understand that they're going to use it, and they're going to use news drivers in order to target upper levels of liquidity. So let's play this out. We're going to play this out, all right? And you're going to see what's going to happen. And then you're going to now obviously this market's probably not going to do much between 8:30 because CPI is coming out at 8:30, right? So every single last one of these candles is playing out. So these are 3-minute candles right here. You are going to see them target upper levels of liquidity. And you're going to see how much more violent it happens whenever a major news driver releases. That's why you're going to have to know and understand what's going on. So initially they shot up and then they took out this liquidity right here. So initially you were correct, right? So they took this out. So when they took this out, they dumped this market in order to then take out over here, which was, if anyone remembers when we were on stream, guys, that was the data wick low that they swept. But that's just a completely different concept. This concept is strictly just liquidity. When they swept this and they completed their first objective, they reversed it to then target lower liquidity. And now look what they're doing. They just took it up here in a straight line, guys. Look. Guys, look, everything is on the table. Look. Guys, look at this move right here that they did. Look at this move. From here to here. Guys, that's like a 2% move at least right there. This is what I'm saying, guys. Whenever a news driver is on the table, yes, of course, the first initial one is obviously on the table as far as this is concerned. But this market is more so geared in order to do anything, like anything is on the table as far as upper levels of liquidity. So that's what they're going to start targeting, guys. So you have to understand that your normal price objectives on a major news driver are not going to be the same. It's going to change a little bit. All right? So that's why I said that you're going to have to pay attention to the news drivers and go, CPI is tomorrow. Non-farm payrolls is tomorrow. Powell is making a major announcement tomorrow. So what's more than likely going to happen? They're probably going to start targeting upper levels of liquidity here. So my normal price targets are not, might not suffice. So I have to be a little bit cautious. That's all that I mean. So, but in theory, technically speaking, you can still formulate a trade idea based off of this. But you have to be aware of that. All right? Yeah. Ray says you're 50% right. Yes, correct. You're 50% correct. Because they still came here and they still reversed the market after here, which you're right. They still did that. And so technically speaking, guys, no one knows what this market's going to do, up or down, but you have to prepare as a trader up or down. So if CPI came in blazing hot, they would have just did it to the downside. They would have just took this out initially. They would have took this out, the market would have bounced up in here, and then would have came down here, and then they would have targeted this. That's it. So that's why for anyone saying that they know this market or that they know whether it's going to go up or down, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm just being honest. Excuse me. I'm just being honest. They don't know. They have absolutely no idea what this market's going to do. But the first thing to understanding it, though, is understanding where they could possibly go to target it so that you can then align trade ideas with it, if that makes sense. All right? So, guys, listen, that also applies. Guys, listen, that also applies. Guys, listen, that also applies to today's terms. Look, hold on real quick. Let's go bar replay. Excuse me. Let's delete this. I'm going to do one more lesson on liquidity so that people can understand. I'm going to do one more lesson on liquidity so people can understand. I'm going to Friday at 12 a.m. Now, obviously, people already know what's going to go on, so you know the cat's out the bag here. But guys, listen, Powell is speaking on Friday. Where can they potentially take this market to start targeting upper levels of liquidity? Guys, just ignore everything that you saw before. But maybe this might help some of you. Where can they start to target upper levels of liquidity? And then after this lesson, we are then going to start answering questions. So I hope you have those questions written down. After this, we're going to start answering questions. Powell is speaking on Friday, and it's Jackson Hole. And I sent that alert out, and I said, hey, do not even consider me talking about, guys, I'm not talking about a week before, because, hey, bro, you called it. So, yeah, they're going to go up higher. No, I'm talking about just bare bones. Use your imagination. You don't know anything. But you do know that Powell is speaking at 10 o'clock. Where can they target at on this chart? Levels that they can target on this chart. Hold on. Let me make sure my audio's talking. Hello, 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 test. Okay, yeah, nope. My audio's fine. Audio's good. Thank you for checking, Latan. You're gonna have to exit out and relog back in or refresh it. Audio is fine. Where can they start to target it on this chart? Where can they start to go? This is the last lesson on liquidity, which is the first objective. You have to understand this. We're going to start out with this every single day because you have to understand this before you can even begin to remotely master trading. Where can they go out on this chart in order to target areas of liquidity at? So start labeling them out, please. Start pointing them out, please, to us. And I'm going to give it like 2 minutes while I eat my little salad. It's my first meal of the day. Okay. DJ says 23025. Guys, keep them coming. 23025. I'm assuming that you're talking about this. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong, DJ. Joe, that's wrong. I'm sorry, 23025, not 23222. Okay. I'm retarded. 23025. Yes. I'm assuming that you're talking about here. Yep. Yep. That's correct. So yes, you're correct. Panda says 23450. Yep. Correct. Fully on the table. Yep. That's fully on the table. Yep. Great job, Panda. 23050 to the downside. I'm assuming that you were talking about this low, so I'm gonna say you're correct, Panda. If you're talking about that, then yes. Monique says 23450. Yes, correct. 23040, which I'm assuming you're talking about this right here. 230, same thing. So I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. Joe says 23370 highs. Yes, correct. Guys, this right here is minimum. That is minimum where they're going to go. I would bank that they're going to take that there first before anything else. You want to know why? Because every single trader is going to look at this and go, hey, that's a triple top. Let me short that. And let me put my stop and my buy order there. And let me put an order. Guys, this market can't see buy and sell orders. It does not give a shit. It only sees where can I go to fill orders at, buy or sell. It does not care. You want to know why? Guys, you want to know why this market doesn't care about what you think? You want to know why? Guys, for anyone that's new, listen. This is the greatest money-making machine that you have ever come to witness in the history of money-making. There's nothing better than this. You want to know why? Because they know that when you come into the store to buy, which is enter into the market, they know you have to sell. Which, guys, They don't make money off of commissions. That's your broker. They make money off of the spread. Your 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 broker or your platform has to pay into the spread. So there's like a little number over here. It's like point 0.5 or 0.75 on a normal day. If there's no volatility, 0.25. You cannot escape that spread. The market maker makes that money. The algorithm makes that money. Whoever controls the computers. So they know that when you buy, even if you get your account liquidated, you have to sell. So they transact either now or later. So why would they care where they take the market? Like, guys, why would they care about your buy or your sell stop? They don't give a shit. Because they know that even if they liquidate you, you still got to buy. They know if you hold, you still got to sell. So all they're going to do is just take it to the point to where most people got to transact. That's it. That is the only concept of this market. Nothing else matters. So with that being said, I'm looking at this and I'm going, holy smoke cakes. That is a perfect double top. That is a perfect triple top right there. In my brain, I go, whoa, woo-wee. That looks like support and resistance. People are going to get liquidated from there. People trading trend lines, they're going to get liquidated. So at a minimum, if I was being modest, that's where they're going to go at a minimum. Right there, at a minimum. Now I can start to think of maybe some freaky things up in here on like a 1% move maybe. But right here at a minimum, this is going to be on the table. Right there at a minimum. And I'm glad Joe said that. So, with that being said, we're going to do bar replay. So guys, listen, if Powell comes out and says something weird or freaky, this right here is going to be taken out. And then if he's dovish, this right here is going to be taken out at a minimum. Or if he's normal, this is going to be taken out at a minimum. If he's bullish, this right here at a minimum is now on the table right here. At a minimum. Let's see. Guys, listen. I have it on bar replay, and you're seeing these candles move in real time on purpose so that you can see how this market starts to target these zones. Guys, this is how I am reading this market in real time. This is how you master trade. Guys, this market is not out to hurt you. It is only just trying to go to a point to where it can just fill orders. That's it. And then once it gets to that point, then it decides where it's going to go next to fill orders. So like, let's just say that they liquidate orders up in here and they fill these orders. Then there's people in options, so they might just do time distortion and just keep it sideways. Because you want to know why? Because there's people trying to predict it. And then if they keep it sideways, they still fill orders. Because there's people going to be going, oh my goodness, I've been in this options trade for like 3 hours and we ain't did nothing. My account's about to go to 0 on 0 DTE. Let me close. So then they can just keep it sideways. Right? Guys, they don't have to go up and down anymore. Guys, now they can go sideways and make money. So this market is going to digest itself. So guys, look, the market doesn't just do this. Up 1%, down 1%. 5 minutes later, up 1%. 5 minutes later, down 1%. 5 minutes later, up 1%. Guys, no one will participate. People be too scared. So they have to do what's called this. This is important. Write this down. They have to do the most obvious thing in the least obvious way to hurt the most amount of people. Guys, they're not going to hurt the most amount of people in the most obvious way. I'm sorry. Let me put it like this, guys. They're not going to hurt the most amount of people in the least obvious way. Because no one will buy. Would you? I wouldn't. Would you jump into this market if this market was going, guys, like when Trump did like 3 or 4 months ago when he was like, nah, never mind on the tariffs? Or when he was like, tariffs on everybody, every country, and 60-second candles were like 3% candles up and down? Would you buy? Would you put your life savings into that? No, you would not. People were scared. Guys, they're not going to do. I'm going to repeat that again. They are not going to do. Guys, they are not going to hurt the most amount of people in the least obvious way. They're going to hurt the most amount of people. I'm sorry. They're going to do the most obvious thing in the least obvious way to hurt the most amount of people. They're not going to reverse it. Like, do the opposite. You understand what I'm saying? Hopefully that makes sense. So with that being said, I'm going to press play right now. And guys, look, guys, Discord, guys, you can talk at any given moment. You guys have that right. You'll talk at any given moment if you want. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I was on mute. 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 Let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. I was on mute. I need, I need you guys to help me out. That's why, guys, I was on mute. I was on mute. Sorry, 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 sorry. I was on mute. Let's do bar replay again. I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was talking. I was on mute. That's why you guys got to pay attention. I'm sorry. Stop. That's what I said. I said stop. Did you see how fast that market moved? They targeted this area of liquidity right here. What I said earlier on this candle right here, I said that this right here is on the table and there's people shorting this, trading support and resistance, and they have no idea why their account's getting ready to get blown. They don't know. They have no idea. They're going to put their orders right here and it's just going to flow right through it like butter. They have absolutely no idea why this account getting ready to get blown. Why? Because they don't understand liquidity. And they don't understand the power of a news driver. And that they're going to start targeting upper levels of liquidity. Guys, all of this shit was written beforehand. It's just that you just don't know exactly how and when they're going to do it. Or like when, the exact moment. And whether or not that they're going to go up or down. Guys, but all of this shit is written beforehand. It is. So with that being said, guys, they use that to then take out this liquidity and this one right here. Immediately in one swoop. So they filled all of these orders in one swoop and generated hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in spread. In one swoop. And look where they stopped at right here. Right here at this 15-minute SIBI after they swept this liquidity right here. Excuse me. Let me put it more precise. After they swept this, because that's too far. After they swept that, and then they tapped into this 15-minute SIBI, this market stopped. Guys, there is no support and resistance here. It stopped right here, this 15-minute SIBI, after they swept this liquidity. This is support and this is resistance. This is resistance. This is real resistance. They didn't give a fuck about that. I'm just being honest with you. They didn't. Hey, Sammy, I gotta block you. Guys, listen, if you come here with weird stuff like, hey, why did I block you on Jerkmate? You're gonna get blocked. There is no warning for that. I might warn you for the pumping, and I might warn you for weird hate comments one time. But there is no excuse for no weird shit. We don't do that here. There's people in here trying to change their lives. This is not a joke. I take this very seriously. There's people in here that are trying to pay for their college tuition, their children's college tuition, and they are trying to learn how to change their lives. And they seriously want to get to learn and understand how they can make $15,000 to $20,000 a day. I do not take this lightly. This is not a fucking joke. So don't do that. So if you're thinking about coming in here with that weird shit, you're gonna get blocked immediately. Then you just got to create another account. So now don't do that. I'm being for real. Don't do that. This is not a joke. I'm serious. This is not a joke. Because if you understand this shit and once it starts to make sense to you, it ain't gonna do nothing but take you 3 months in order for you to start making 15 to 20,000 a day doing this shit. This is not a fucking joke. There's people that go to school for 12 to 15 years and slave every single day for this shit. This is not a joke. I mean, working normal jobs. And there's people that work normal jobs that are trying to escape what they're doing. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. So if you're trying to change your life, then cool, lock in. Welcome aboard. But if not, then you're going to get blocked. And that includes anyone that tries to join Discord and that's just trying to get a get-rich-quick scheme, because this is not that either. Because I will just refund your $29 membership. I'm serious, because I'm not in here in order to make money off you. I don't care. This is not a business that I'm running. I am seriously trying to help you change your lives. And so there's zero tolerance for any weird shit. But anyway. I hope that makes sense. Guys, the last 30-minute lesson, which is the most important lesson, which is why I spent so much time on that, did that make sense on liquidity? Did I miss anything? Does anyone have any questions inside Discord only? Discord only. On as to how that did not make sense. Or on as to why did it make sense or not? Did I validate your reasons on liquidity? Did I validate your reasons on as to how particular news drivers, can then make your targets more exacerbated? Like, for example, on a normal day, this would have been on the table. But not with the Major Powell announcement. That is not on the table anymore. Upper levels of liquidity are now on the table. So guys, listen, that can help your trading strategy because if you see them sweeping this, you're not just going to put a short up into here on a major news driver. You're going to go, oh my goodness, they're going to go a little bit further. They might blow up an account. Let me chill out. What's some other areas that they might be targeting? Are they targeting something that I'm not looking at? Guys, listen, that's also how I identify time distortion too. Because if there's no news drivers, guys, what do I say inside Discord? Guys, listen, y'all got to pay attention. Wake up. Guys, wake up. What do I say inside Discord? What do I say? Right here. Hold on. Guys, every single thing can be searched too. What do I say? News drivers. News drivers. Right here. Expect time distortion with no real news drivers tomorrow. Best to wait for a clear draw on liquidity with a setup to manage our risk accordingly. What day was that? That was 8/18. Let's go back to 8/18. 8/18. Monday. Let's see. Let's see what the market did Monday. Let's see what the market did in real time Monday. Let's see. Let's play it out. Monday. Let's play it out Monday. Let's see what the market did in real time on Monday. Look. Now, obviously, I'm talking about New York. But let's see. Let's see what the market did on Monday. These candles are moving fast, guys, but guys, this is overnight. You're sleeping. You're sleeping right now. You're still sleeping. You're up probably because it's about 8 o'clock. You're up now. Let's see. Stop. The market is open now. Let's see what the market does with no real news drivers. Look at the difference, guys. Look. Just look at the difference, guys. Look. 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 Guys, they did nothing all day. They didn't move this market. Look. Guys, there was nothing for them to further their agenda. There was nothing here. They did nothing. Nothing. Guys, that's how I identify the probability that they're going to start targeting upper levels of liquidity based off of the news driver. But you're not going to master that for at least several months. So I'm going to have to be your guide, but you're going to have to understand that. Did that lesson on liquidity make sense, guys, before I move on? Did that make sense to anyone listening? Did that make sense? If it didn't, just let me know. If it didn't, let me know inside Discord. Did that help or did it not? Guys, that's what you have to do every single morning. You have to identify and you have to go, where can they go up or down to fill orders? Guys, they don't care nothing else other than, they don't care about nothing else other than making money. They don't. Guys, they don't care about nothing else other than making money. Guys, I'm being 100% honest with you. And how do they make money? Guys, they have to target liquidity to fill orders, guys. So you have to go, they're probably going to go here, here, or here, or here, or here. And so then, guys, the next step after that is that you are then going to have to then study the models inside Discord, or that you have back tested to then take trade setups that align with where they are trying to go, guys. That is it. There is nothing else to this market, guys. I'm just being so honest. There's nothing else other than that. Within your risk parameters, that doesn't mean that you see a move like this and you chase it and you buy the tippity tip top because then they could dump it on you. But if they give you a decent pullback, then you take it. And you manage your risk off of that because you think that they're targeting some upper level of liquidity. It's just that simple, guys. So once you understand that, then you can start to take trade setups that appear with multiple levels of confirmation if you're a beginner for sure. That's it. That's all that this is. But you have to understand this first. And you have to understand like, they might go here. It's a normal day, they're going to come here. News driver day, they're probably going to come here. Or possibly here to take this out. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. So we came up here and we took out this upper level of liquidity up in here. There's a 15-minute SIBI up in here. We're starting to reject. I might be able to take a short off in here. You take a short up in here, you could capitalize off this to the downside. As such. Because they've completed a major objective. It's just that simple. So you guys, you have to understand where they're going to possibly go. And then in the midst of them doing that, then you align trade ideas off of that to align yourself with that objective. But you have to understand that first lesson. Or once they've completed that major objective that you think that they've completed, and then they're starting to show you something differently, then you take a trade confirmation off of that once they've shown you something differently to then possibly align with a new objective. That is how guys, that is the baseline core understanding of trading. Guys, I'm talking about profitable trading with this. That is the baseline understanding. That is it. So you have an understanding of where they could possibly go. They are starting to show you that. And then before they get there, they give you a pullback and then you execute the trade in light to then take it to where to then continue on the road that they're then going to go on. And then once they start to complete that objective, then you scale out or you're fully out before they do that. And then you reevaluate and then you repeat the process over and over again. It's boring, I know. Or you wait for them to complete an objective and then show you that they're getting ready to do a new objective. And then you take a trade off of that to then target what they could possibly be targeting next, which is to fill more orders to the downside or upside, depending upon where they just got done completing that objective. Does what I just said make sense over the last 60 seconds? People inside Discord need to say yes or no, please, before I move on. So before I move on to the questions, please let me know. Just say yes or no. I need at least 2 or 3 yeses or no, please. Yes. Okay. Guys, that's it. Guys, that is all trading is. It is not scary. The reason why it's scary and the reason why you get scared whenever you press that button, Guys, the reason why you get scared when you press that button is because you don't have a solid system in mind and you can't manage your risk off it accordingly. That's it. And so you haven't fully begun to understand how to manage your risk to a tick to this market. You can't yet. You can't fully understand it yet. That's it. There's nothing else other than that. That's it. That's all that is. I'm just being honest with you. Or you're trading support and resistance and you can't manage your risk off of that because they keep blasting through it and you don't know why. So you're scared. But once you understand how to read it, you're not scared. Like, for example, if you wanted multiple levels of confirmation on a solid move and a solid pullback like this, you were probably long it right here. Excuse me. You were probably long it right here. Or for an A+ trade right here to manage your risk. There's nothing scary about that. There's a 15-minute business right here. There's a 5 and there's a 1, and you have multiple levels of confirmation. So for a quick bounce, you would longer right here, and you'll probably be out on a sweep of this liquidity right here. But you can't manage your risk to a tick like that, trading support and resistance. You can't. You long or you shorter, and you're hoping and praying that that the market just has mercy on you. Guys, I don't pray that the market has mercy on me. I don't do that. I read it in real time and I go, where are they going? And then I align myself with it accordingly. And I get in and I get out, and I'm not greedy. And then I reevaluate and I take a deep breath. So guys, listen, we've been at this point now for like 90 minutes. Not this particular point, but we've been at the educational phrase because everyone has to understand the most important part. And I will drill that into your head. So now, Discord, I need you guys to type into the chat what it is that you are struggling with, and I will read that out because other guys, do not be embarrassed. Other people are trying to learn. So your questions, so your questions will answer other people's questions and concerns. And while that goes about, someone says, so you don't think support and resistance, guys, support and resistance does not work. Would you say, guys, for example, would you say that this is resistance right here? I would say so. Guys, that's a 1, 2, 3 top resistance. We came down into here, and it's right here. Look at all of this resistance in here. What the fuck you think happened to all these people right here? Excuse my language. Guys, in 1 minute, look, they didn't stop. Guys, they got their accounts blown trying to short that shit. Guys, there's people that put limit sell orders right here. They did that. There's people that put limit sell orders right here. They did that to try and short this market, thinking that they're slick, and they're looking at these people and going, well, those people probably blew up their accounts. I'm gonna put my order right here, and look what this market did to them in 1 minute. In 60 seconds. Look at that. That is insane to me. So it does not work. Guys, you cannot manage your, guys, it works if you guys, support and resistance will work if you have a broad horizon. Like if you're willing to sit through shitloads of drawdown. But if you want to understand this market to a tick, to understand its primary objectives, and to manage your risk accordingly, you're going to have to understand what we're doing. I'm just being honest. Guys, I'm just being 100% fully honest with you. Guys, listen, you want to know how support and resistance doesn't work? Guys, listen, they blew past this level of resistance here and this one, and they never came back down like how the book says to retest it and go higher. They never did that. They never not once did that. They turned this 15-minute SIBI right here into support. I mean, this 15-minute BISI into support. That was it. So these levels that people are thinking are there, they're not really there. So, does anyone have any questions? Guys, this is the question phase. Guys, look, I'm going to explain how this is going to be outlined. We are going to go from the questioning phase to answering questions now. So if you have any questions, or if I didn't talk about any concerns that you have, now is the time for you to ask that inside Discord. Now is the time, and I will go over them one by one. And then we are going to go over the plan for the upcoming week or two. What I mean by that is I have had overwhelming support, and it has been an overwhelming response inside Discord. What I mean by that is 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 the $1,000 investment challenge to then turn that into $50,000 in withdrawals from prop firms. So that's what we're gonna do, and so we're gonna build it from the ground up. Why, guys? Because I normally do the eval instant pass. So for anyone that's new inside Discord, this is what's going on. So like, guys, listen, you can also vote for guys. You can also vote. So you can vote for this as well, guys. So please vote for this. So guys, we're gonna talk about how we're gonna do this, and I'm gonna walk you guys through this. Would you want me to start a less than $1,000 challenge to turn it to then turning $1,000 into $50,000 challenge? I've done this before, and I've done this numerous times, but well, I really only need to do it once. So like, I never really had to go back. Like, I never had to go back. But you get the point. The point is I've done this before. So that's going to be the last topic that we talk about here after the questions. So I've had overwhelming support, guys, because guys, not one person said, no, I already understand how to scale and withdraw. All right. So that's just what we're going to do. All right. So guys, so for anyone that didn't get a chance to look at this, you can vote now inside Discord. But what this means is this. This means that I am going to show you that once you understand how to have the basics as far as what we're looking at, you are then going to have to come to the eval instant pass section in Discord. And then you're going to pass that, and I'm going to do that with you. Well, I already do the eval instant pass, but you get the point. But I am going to do it with you in a reasonable manner, because not everyone just has $2,500 or $3,000 just sitting around to just throw at props, to then take $60,000, $70,000 withdrawals whenever they want to. So I understand that. So that's the entire purpose of this challenge here. I am going to show you how to scale up from $1,000 or less to up to $50,000 in withdrawals over the course of a month or two. So that's the entire purpose of this. And then we will document the entire journey, and I will walk you through it. And it's not going to be pretty at first, because you're only going to get 3 accounts. You guys, to manage your risk accordingly without putting your entire life savings, guys, you only going to get about 3 or 4 accounts for about $500-$600. But then when you get that next payout, then what you do is you reinvest that. You take a little bit for yourself, and then you reinvest that, and you have the discipline. And then on that third payout, woo-wee, you're going to have about, guys, I'm sorry, after that second payout, you're going to have your second payout, which can be achieved after 1 month, really, of solid trading. You are then going to have 20 accounts minimum. And now you're right to making $15,000 to $20,000 a day. And then you will take your third withdrawal, and then you'll be at the 50,000 clip. And then you put a little bit aside for incidentals. You probably put 10% aside for incidentals. Like, as far as like in the event that you blow up the accounts or something like that. Guys, because guys, no one's perfect. Guys, even me, guys, I still blow up accounts. But I just do the eval instant pass, and I know, hey, you know what? I'm taking a little bit higher risk. So even if I blow up 2 or 3 sets of accounts that cost me $2,500, $3,000 a piece to get, all I need is just one $60,000 withdrawal, and I make $50,000 off those sets of accounts. And that's even if I only do 1 payout per account. So you can churn these accounts, and you can make $50,000 a clip in profits. And that's even if you're going balls to the wall, high risk, and you're just sitting here and you're just blowing the accounts after just 1 payout. But imagine if you got those sets of accounts to 2 and 3 payouts. You would turn a $2,500 to $3,000 investment total for all of the accounts into $100,000 to $150,000 a clip. And you would just repeat the process over and over and over and over and over again. So that's what we're going to do. So guys, look, that's going to be the new challenge, right? And guys, look, the reason why I don't mind doing this challenge is this, guys. Listen, guys, it's because I got a little bit too cocky. And guys, look, for the transparency reasons, guys, I was getting ready to accept a payout with Apex. And because I have multiple properties, right? I scanned the wrong ID to the accounts, and so Apex linked all of my IP addresses, and so they banned all my accounts. Because guys, look, guys, I do eval instant pass inside Discord. This method, this proven method, that's 100% proven. Because guys, look, I don't trade the evals because I know how to trade. So the evals is just a waste of time for me. So once you know how to trade, then you do the eval instant pass. And so what happened, guys, was I had more than 20 PA accounts across multiple different logins, and they connected all of the dots. So guys, look, as of right now, even me, as of like a few days ago, a couple days ago, really, because the market's been closed, guys, I'm at 0 funded accounts. So I am willing to start this process with you and show you how someone with less than $1,000 to their name in a month or two of, guys, you got to be inside Discord to know what you're talking about and know how to trade first. But in less than a month or two of solid trading, you will be able to get right to making $15,000 to $20,000 a day. And that's what we're going to focus on, should the results of this poll show up accordingly. So that's what we're going to do. All right? But guys, listen, look, you cannot do this process if you got $100. You're going to have to save up some more money. Because guys, look, you need at least $500 to $1,000 in order for you to, in order for you to purchase the accounts. But you need at least $300 or $400 for you to purchase like 1 or 2 PA accounts. I would say at least $250 to $300. But I'm not going to start at $250. I'm going to start at about, like, let's just say you got $500 or $600 to spare. So I'm going to start out with about 3 accounts, and then we're going to scale up from there. That's what we're going to do. So we're not going to start from the bottom, which is just 1 account. You can do that, but the same process still applies. So if you only got $250 to maybe $250 to $300, then start out with 1 account. So you're just going to have to get 1 more payout. All right. So that's how that's going to work. So long story short, as of like a few days ago, they deactivated all my evals because I broke the rules. It was my fault. I broke the rules. It was my fault, guys. And because I admit that I broke the rules because I just had them stashed over there on the side. All right. So that was my fault. So not only did I lose the payout, but they deactivated all my accounts. Why? Because it was fraudulent activity. I clearly broke the rules. So that was my fault. It's okay. So anyway, guys, that's what we're going to do. And so I'm going to walk your hand through it. I'm going to walk you through it from top to bottom. All right. So we're going to start that next week. And, obviously, guys, we're going to be live every single day. And then, guys, we're going to do what's necessary accordingly to that. So in the meantime, until the next eval instant pass, we're going to be sharpening our skills and taking trades accordingly. And everything that we do is going to be geared around you expediting yourself to turning $1,000 or less into $50,000. Because once you get that first decent payout, guys, nothing else is going to matter. Because you're going to be in the green so much to where it's just going to be a factory. It's going to be a factory of just getting instant accounts and just repeating the process over and over again, right? And so, guys, getting your first $50,000 doing this, or really your first 30 to 40,000. I'm just saying 50. Your first 30 to 40,000 doing this, and just getting used to the process is going to be more challenging than you making your first 500,000 or your first million doing this. I'm being honest. It's going to be a lot more challenging. Why? Because once you get that first decent payout, then you can use that as fuel to then get more $30,000 and $40,000 payouts. And then all you need is just a handful of those to get to that objective that I just said. That's it. But you're going to have to swallow your pride and your ego and take it step by step and day by day until you get there. All right? And so the hardest part is going to be building it up for the first month. But once you build it up after that first month or two, the sky is the limit. So you're going to experience exponential growth, but you're going to have to keep your eye on the prize and stay focused and be okay with walking away with $400 or $500 a day for the first few weeks. And then after that, you take that money on your first payout and you don't go blow it all. You don't go to Miami. You can't go to Miami for $1,500 or for $2,000, but you get the point. I'm just being sarcastic. You're going to have to take a couple $100 to yourself, put some of that money in your pocket, and you're going to have to reinvest that to get more accounts. And then I'm gonna walk you through that entire process, guys. All right. So does anyone have any questions inside Discord? Does anyone have any questions about that or the process? And then we're gonna elaborate on that. Does anyone in Discord have any questions? Or did I miss anything in particular, please? Let me know. So so any questions? Did I miss anything inside Discord? Uh that process is going to start on Monday. But however, we're not going to get the accounts instantly on Monday, Lana. The next opportunity for us to get that is the first week in September. So in the first week of September, we will then start trading. So as of right now, you actually have about 2 weeks, really, almost, for you to get like a few $100 or whatever the case may be, and then we're going to then do the eval instant pass, and then we'll start it right then and there, right after that. So any questions? And I'm getting ready to answer Ray's question in a minute. Any other guys? Guys, please flood the questions. I'm serious, guys. Flood the questions. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions you got? Discord is $29 a month. Discord is $29 a month, and it has. I mean, your life will change in here. But the knowledge page is $11 a month, so you have to pay for the knowledge page. It's $11 a month. The link is in my bio. The link is in my bio. It says knowledge and community, because you have to understand what we're looking at first before you gain access to everything that Discord has to offer. Because if I enter, guys, and that's also why you cannot reduce me to an alert service. Because if you just take the same trade that I take and you don't know what's going on, and when you down $150, $200, and you and your heart beating fast, and you like, oh my God, when do I cut it? I'm gonna be like, man, are you paying attention to what's going on? So you gotta know what you're looking at. So don't reduce me to a no alert service, because I have like a 90% win rate. But guys, I'm not perfect. Guys, if any trader's sitting here and he only wins 100% of the time, he's scamming. He's clearly trying to sell you a $5,000 to $10,000 a month course. He's scamming. Guys, I've seen them all. And that is not this. I will teach you how to master the market here. I'm being honest. So anybody guys, those fools, I used to fall victim to those people. Cause I'd be like, yo, this dude's making $50,000 off this trade. And like I scrolled through all of his tweets on X when it was Twitter at the time. And I would scroll through all of them, and these people would never lose. I'd be like, this dude never had not one losing day in a year? What the hell is going on? And then when people started to call him out, then he would post like $100 loss. Or people started to catch on to that, and then every month or two, he would post like a $5,000 loss. But he didn't give a shit, because that wasn't nothing but a 1 month membership for one person. And then he would get right back to the next day to making like $80,000. But then I looked into it, and he had like 3,000 or 4,000 people in his Discord, and he was charging like $5,000 for weekend classes. Weekend classes was $5,000 to just join the weekend classes, and then Discord itself was like $1,500 a month. And I was like, holy shit, that's how he's doing that. This dude is making like $3 or $4 million a month. So he don't give a shit about no one-off $5,000 or $10,000 loss that he might show like every 3 or 4 months. He don't care. It's crazy. So you got to watch that. You got to be careful. Guys, if somebody's not willing to trade live in front of you, be on alert. Guys, I'm just being honest. If somebody's not willing to trade live in front of you, guys, I don't care where you go. I'm just being honest. You need to be on alert. Do not be a fool. All right? And that includes those alert services too, because those are scams, because you don't know what you're doing. And so how they going to protect your account if they go out and they go walk their dog and you get one of these candles like this and your account gets blown? How are you going to talk to them in real time and ask them questions? You're going to blow up the account. Ray says it's $2,000 max per account holder. No. On a 50K account, it is. On a 150, it's like 2750. On a 250, it's like 3,000 per account, and then on a and then on a $300,000 account, it's like the max you can withdraw per withdrawal period is like 3,500 per account. So so that's why, guys, it's far more advantageous for you to trade with props than it is with your real money. Because, guys, if you take a $5,000 loss with these prop firms, guys, you're not gonna lose $5,000 of your money in real time. You're only gonna lose the amount of money that it costs you to get the account, which ain't nothing but like $150. If you do the Eval Instapass, guys, each account only costs like 180. I'm serious. It only costs like 180 or $200 per account. So you can blow $5,000 in real money, essentially speaking real money, and only lose $200. But on your first payout, if like let's just say you on a minimum 50K account, you can withdraw $2,000 every week. Guys, that's a 10x return on your money if you know how to trade. Guys, that's better than selling drugs like El Chapo. I'm serious. Guys, that's why I don't touch my cash account. And I got like $20,000 in there. That's why I don't touch that. I mean, I keep it in there so that I can enter into a 10, 15, 20 contract position if I want to. But guys, that's why I don't touch that. Guys, because nothing beats being able to get a $30,000, $40,000 withdrawal every 2 weeks. Well, every week and a half. Potentially. Nothing beats that. But if you're taking a conservative every month, nothing beats that. What's better than that? Guys, and that's not even structuring trades. That's just taking 2 or 3 scalps a day on average. Because guys, look, I might make $5,000 to $10,000 a day. But guys, look, I have losing days. Or like I might take a loss and like it might set me back 2 or 3 weeks. Like one loss might set me back about 2 weeks. Like one serious loss might set me back about 2 weeks. So I might have to take a week and a half to recover of solid trades, right? So that's why I said I might average $25,000 to $30,000 a month just off of in profits, just off of Apex alone, right? So that's what I'm talking about. But like if you're scaling your trades and like if you're moving it to break even and stuff like that, you might be doing $100,000 to $150,000 a day, and then you might be making, $60,000 to $80,000, $90,000 a month of withdrawals from Apex or whatever it is. I'm serious. I'm for real. Or if you want a 300K account, what is that? 20 times 3,500, 70,000 times 2. Guys, you might be able to withdraw $140,000 a month from Apex. Withdraw $140,000 a month. I'm serious. There's people that are seriously doing that. And I see them doing it all the time. I follow them. Because I wanted to understand how they was doing it. I'm serious. Those are all the questions we got? Damn, this might be a quick class then. Those are all the questions we got, Discord? Wow. Let me ask another question. Guys, because this is a family inside Discord, and guys, I'm always open to criticism, and I'm always open to improving. So if you don't have any further questions, is there anything that you guys would like to see me cover on stream while we're trading live? Are there any improvements or anything that you think that we might be able to tweak or slightly improve on? All thoughts and all ideas are welcome here. And it can't even, guys, it doesn't necessarily have to be anything with me. It could be with, hey, can you do this because this might help me a little bit more? Does anyone have those questions inside Discord? Like, hey, man, look, can you do this a little bit more, like when you're trading? Or, hey, can you not do this a little bit more whenever you're trading? Because I'm a little bit lost on those times. All right? Anybody? Like, hey, can you do this? Or, hey, can you start 15 minutes early? Guys, because I'm just throwing things. Hey, can you start 15 minutes early so that we can go over the pre-market plan. Or hey man, can you chill out on the jokes because I don't like the sarcasm. I mean anything, you know. I mean seriously, I'm not joking. Like anything. Can you show us how you mastered zero TE? What do you mean by zero TE? You mean zero DTE options, Felicia? Is that what you mean? Zero DTE options? Is that what you're talking about, Felicia? Optimum trade entry. Hmm. You're talking about, I'm assuming optimum trade entry, like as far as like getting my entries down to a tick. Oh, great question. So guys, look, these are the questions that's coming in, so you can see. She says, getting my trades down to a tick. Great question. Great question. So I'm gonna go over that right now. Guys, the schedule's at the bottom of the screen. Guys, I trade live in front of everybody every morning at 9:30 a.m. Well, on TikTok, that's starting at 9:40 in the morning. In Discord, I try to go live at like 9:20 to walk through my setups and not setups, but to do my, you know, my pre-market plan, like as far as like going over everything, and then like anyone can ask questions or whatever. All right, and then we go over the daily trade market plan if you want to inside Discord. But TikTok live stream starts every day at 9:40. But from TikTok, you're not gonna be able to ask me questions. You're not gonna be able to send me trade setup ideas like this. You can't do this. Like you can't you can't ask me to grade trades. Hold on, where's this at? Because I might be skipping past it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't do stuff like this. Like you can't ask me to grade trades. Can't do that from TikTok because I can't see your screen. See what I'm saying? So there's people in here just making money, but yeah, no, you can't do that. Um, you know, and then obviously you don't got the trade market plan, so you can't look at that either, because that alone hits on like 100% because from being here alone, you're gonna know what not to do and not how to blow up your account. I'm being serious. There's no plan right now, Kaden. We are strictly, excuse me. I'm meeting guys. This is my first time meeting all day. It's 6 o'clock where I'm at. We are just strictly just teaching people how to master. Just guys, guys. This is the free weekend class that people only in Discord. So we are making sure that they're good, so that they can understand trading, and so that they can understand things, and so that they can ask questions, whatever questions that they may have, because they're going to master trading and understand how to master trading from here for the rest of their lives. And I will make sure that you do it, guys. I will hand walk you through to the point from where even if you have nothing, you'll be able to make 15, $20,000 a day, but minimal startup costs. If you're in Discord, I will walk you through it, and I will make sure that you're successful. I'm serious. It's not that hard, but you got to be willing to learn, listen, and show up. Okay. So let me answer DJ's question first. DJ's question. DJ says, "Is time distortion like sideways price action?" I haven't read about it yet. Yes, yes. Guys, time distortion came about more so recently with zero DTE options. Guys, because they know that when you enter into the market that you have to sell at some point. Can you imagine opening up a store? Close your eyes and use your imagination. Can you imagine opening up a store that your store is the only store in town, and every single person has to come into your store in order to survive, and you have every single product available, every single product available. So they have to come into your store to buy. It is the only store in this world. And then when they buy something, they then have to buy the same exact product to leave. Now they can buy and they can walk around the store for forever, but the longer that they hold on to those items, either they're losing opportunity costs or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, whether or not they die in the store or not, they die is like they blow up their accounts. They have to sell. I'm sorry, they have to then buy the same product again or sell you that product to then get out of the store. And then you take a percentage off of that. So when they come in, they then have to transact with you again in order to get out of the store, or else they can't come, or else they can't leave. And then if they stay a little bit too long, you have a security officer that walks around with an armed weapon and he's willing to end their lives. And then win, lose, or draw, if they survive or not from the critical wounds, you then empty out their wallet. And then you still take your portion of the pie. Can you imagine what that was like? What that would be like? That's what this market is. I'm serious. Because they know that when you buy, you got to sell. So long story short, guys, zero DTE comes into play for the people that are in options. Because the people in options, not only do they have to be right about the direction, but they have to be right about the time. Because options have something called theta decay. So the longer that it goes without going to their specific destination, then the price of their contract starts to whittle down in layman's terms. I'm putting it in layman's terms. It starts to decrease. And so the closer we get to the end of the day, people go, oh my goodness, we're in the same spot that we were earlier today, but I'm down 30, 40%. Let me sell and let me get out of the store so I can save my account from being blown. Because I'm down 30, 40%. Let me try and salvage something. And then they transact and then they get out the store. But they've accomplished that and they've engineered liquidity by keeping it sideways. And guys, sideways is called time distortion with no real objective. This right here is sideways time distortion. That's just sideways time distortion with no real objective. They're just doing that. This right here is bearish, is slightly bearish time distortion right here. Why? Because there's no real imbalances being created. There's nothing there. This right here is full-blown time distortion. I call it full-blown, like unadulterated, full-blown time distortion. From 11:50 all the way until 2 a.m. the next day, that is full-blown time distortion. Like full-blown. There's nothing there. They're just goofing off. But obviously the options market was closed. So, hey, bro, you're being slick. The options market was closed. Why would they do that? Guys, what they're also doing in time distortion, like overnight, is that they're allowing people to enter into the market, and then they will randomly take it to a specific spot in order to then fill orders. Like, for example, guys, what they're doing is that they're lulling you to sleep. So like they'll do this for like 4 or 5 hours and then like make you think that, hey, you know what? This is some support. We're gonna go higher. And then they'll do this to then target out this liquidity in one swoop. Look, guys, look at how fast that they did this. Look, overnight, look. In one swoop, and then they bounce it right back immediately. That's it. I'm serious. That's it. So guys, so what they're doing is they're doing time distortion to make you think that something's there, but it's really not. And then like right before you can blink or react, they'll do this real quick, liquidate it, take out liquidity, and then they'll swoop it right back up in a V and then get right back to their original objective of going higher like this. That's it. Can you imagine the people that decided to short this right here thinking, hey, you know what? We're going lower. Bearish close, we need support. Woohoo, time to load up the boat, short. Let's go. Load up the wagon. And look what happened to them. Look, oh shoot, let me go back. And look what happened to them. This right here was just a time distortion fake out move because they wanted to target this, sweep this, and then come up higher. And then they did this to their head top. Because there's people that shorted this down here. And they took this market damn near 3% in a straight line. That's crazy. So yeah, you got to know about time distortion. So that's all time distortion is, DJ. It's just a time for them to just engineer liquidity with with no real objective without creating imbalances. Guys, you need an imbalance to be created for you to gain an idea of where they're going to then target liquidity. Guys, that's how I avoid time distortion. And this flows into the next question I'm getting ready to answer, which is optimal trade entry. Guys, if they're doing time distortion and if they're not creating an imbalance, then I don't even consider entering into the market. Guys, that's why on my rules page, whenever you sign up, it says I do not trade in a sideways market. Why would I want to do that for? Why would I want to trade in this market when this market doesn't even know what it's getting ready to do? If I see that they're starting to go sideways, and let's just say, heaven forbid, I'm in a position, I'm trading ladder size and I'm trying to scale out and like I'm trading a model, I'm going to start to think, where can I get out in order for me to start taking off some risk at? That's just what I'm thinking. Because I'm thinking, where could this market seriously start to hurt me at? And this flows into my next objective, which is this. I need you guys to read hold on. I'll scroll up to the top. Where's it at? Optimal trade entry. This flows into it right here. The rules. Hold on real quick. For people that don't like me reading out, I'm going to give you 1 minute in order to read this. And then for the people that are inside the cart, I will read it out loud. I'll summarize it. I will summarize it. All right, Ray. Talk soon. See you tomorrow, Ray. I wish you had more questions, but it's okay. Did I help you, Ray, or not? Because I don't ever want to feel like as though like I didn't help you. Did I help you, Ray? Be honest. Did I help you, Ray? Yeah. Ray, did I help you? Ray Neek? I hope I did. So guys, sorry about that. Had to finish my salad. Guys, listen. Optimal trade entry comes around rules that you have in place for yourself. No one can tell you about optimal trade entry other than yourself. That's why alert services are scams. They are, I'm just being honest. So these are the rules that make my optimal trade entry. You can copy these if you want to, but I'm going to outline the ones that answer your question right now. I never chase, and I only enter on a pullback. If it reverses in a straight line with no pullback, I just missed a trade. I don't care. I do not trade in a sideways market. Optimal trade entry, right? It's giving me the it's giving me the understanding. I don't short in a 15-minute BISI or long in a 15-minute SIBI. It will most likely go against me randomly. Guys, you're randomly get random bounces in 15-minute BISIs and 15-minute SIBIs. So why would I do that? This part doesn't have anything to do with optimal entry. But it can help with the exit, the optimal exit. Why? Because I say I am not greedy. If I am profitable by 12 p.m., I walk away. I only add one time to a trade with high conviction and do not full port. You will get fucked. I never play opposite of trend with momentum. It can and will go against you. That's optimal entry. Essentially speaking, I am not long or short biased. I get paid to react with confirmation, not to guess. That's part that I would say that that's optimal entry. I am not long or short biased, guys. I don't care if this market goes up or down. I'm just trying to understand where they're going to go, and I get paid to react with confirmation with everything above. The last one is doesn't really have anything to do with it, but I'll read it. If I'm unsure, I liquidate immediately and reevaluate for a new entry. That's it. That's it. So, so if you would like me to outline that, I can give you an example. I can give you a perfect example, right? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you an example of optimal entry in real time, right? Let's see. Let's go to bar replay trader. Select the date. Let's go last Thursday. More so, right? Let's go Thursday at, let's just say 9:30. Thursday at 9:30. These candles, 3 upticks every 30 seconds. So Thursday at 9:30. So guys, so logically speaking here, guys, look. So logically speaking here, guys, we had a gap down, and we know it's gap fill Thursday. So we're going off that logic. So we gap down. So we're not going to be sitting here thinking and going, let me full port shorts, because you understand the power of gap fill Thursday. Best live clips. I recommend that you pay $11 for the knowledge page. The link is in my bio, so that you can understand how to read this market, and so that you can understand what we're looking at. So you're either going to pay $11 in order for you to understand and then know exactly what it is that you need to study in order for you to do that. And it is just 3 pages of information, but there's a lot of hyperlinks and some YouTube videos and stuff like that took me 10 years in order for you to get, and then you'll be able to fast track your success. And then you can do what everyone else has done, and then you join Discord afterwards. You know, or there's a huge portion of people that join Discord and then they learn while they're in Discord so they can ask questions, and then they show up to the classes on the weekend, like how I'm doing right now. Because this is a class. So if you're in TikTok, I don't answer questions from TikTok. So you can't ask me questions, and you can't, and so it's just going to take you longer in order for you to get to whatever you're trying to get to, if you ever get there at all. Guys, you're going to have someone explaining this market to you that knows what they're talking about. I'm serious, guys. That's how you fast track your success. Guys, just stop and just think. Did you teach yourself your times tables? Did you teach yourself algebra? Whatever profession it was, did you do that yourself? Did you just go on YouTube and just teach yourself a new skill? Did you? At what point did you ever do that in your life? I'm talking about on a professional level. Just stop. Guys, I'm making this up off the top of my head, but I could be wrong. But just stop and just think, have you ever done that? Do you go to a job and do they say, hey, watch these YouTube videos randomly. Hey, figure it out. Or is someone there showing you what's going on and showing you the pitfalls, and then you go through training? Whoa, holy shit. That dude does have a point there. Do you think that the people that are making on the upward levels of society, because the upper levels of society can actually be the lower levels of society with this trading job that we're doing here. Do you think those people that are high-paying jobs like lawyers, doctors, attorneys, and do you think that they piece together some shit by themselves on YouTube? Do you think so? And now, guys, I'm not talking about after 2 or 3 months, which is what we're going to show, but you making 10 or 15, 20,000 a day conservatively. Guys, I'm talking about just on a normal basis. Would you want them to do that? No. You would want them to have a teacher to learn, right? To ask questions. When you were in school, you asked your teacher questions, right? You stayed after for tutoring, which is what you guys are doing now in Discord. You did that. You asked questions. You learned. You gave yourself time to learn. In school case, you gave yourself 8 to 12 years to learn. With this, I'm just saying 4 to 6 months. You'll be able to make $10,000 or $15,000 a day. 4 to 6 months after you know what you're doing. I'm serious. That's it. So your growth is going to be exponential, but you have to put it to the side, and you have to go, I'm willing to not make anything for the first month or two to learn. Boo hoo me. I got to go 2 at the most 3 months of not making nothing to learn how to be in the top 1% of the 1% of society. Boy, what a hard life. Anything. Stop and just think about that. There's nothing there. At every single job, there's someone telling you what to do and walking you through it until you've mastered it. And then even when you master it, you got a boss telling you what to do. Your boss is going to be these rules to yourself that you got to keep to yourself. But anyway, back to the point, optimal trade entry. So with that being said, for example, if I'm hunting trades like this, let's just play this out. Stop. Optimal trade entry would be something like this. Stop. Optimal trade entry would be something like this. Would be me seeing them starting to target upper levels of liquidity, right? And then understanding where they might be targeting. So I know it's gap fill Thursday, they might be targeting this right up here. So the closer they get to that, the more than likely I think that they're going to complete that objective, right? So with that being said, what I'm thinking is if they give me an opportunity, stop, hold on, let me pause this. If they give me an opportunity for me to take an entry to manage my risk accordingly, in accordance to one of these imbalances, guys, this is not even trading any of the models. This is just taking it piece by piece. Then if they give me a pullback into one of these models, then I can manage my risk accordingly, right? So for me, logically speaking, if they come up into here, then if they do this, if I can get an entry anywhere in here, or preferably in here, I can begin to take a beginner position and then start to scale out upwards. That's it. If they don't do it, then they don't do it. So like, for example, if they come down into here and if they sweep this, I'm looking at this and I'm watching it and I'm going, The optimal trade entry would be for me to take a long right here at this 1, 5, and 15. To me, this right here is the perfect opportunity for me to take a long. Right here. But guess what? They didn't give it to me. So that wasn't the optimal trade entry. So guess what? I may have missed that. It's just that simple. Guys, if I miss it, then I just miss it. They took it out. Boom. So guys, what? They took it out, right? So now, so guys, look. Now listen. The next optimal trade entry is going, so they just completed a major objective, gap fill Thursday. So I missed the long here, the perfect long entry. So guys, Joe says you wouldn't have took those wicks that barely touched. No, not me in particular. I'm gonna be honest. Now, if I was trading super light size, maybe, but I'm talking about optimal trade entry with an A+ setup with multiple levels of confirmation for me. The multiple levels of confirmation was this is a Thursday, gap fill Thursday. Well, it doesn't apply to NQ, but I'm watching SPX. So SPX has not filled the gap yet on this Thursday. So I have inclination that they're going to go up higher, right? But I want to have the perfect entry. So for me, they come up into here, tease it, and then they come back down in here to then hurt the people that are chasing that didn't get the optimal entry. And so what I'm thinking is this. I'm going, if I can get a long right here at this 1, 5, and 15, I would probably say that's about a B+ entry. What's A+? Maybe down into here at this BISC right here. Why? Because I have a 1, 5, and 15 supporting me. And I have a higher draw of liquidity for where they're going. It's gap fill Thursday. They're clearly trying to sweep this liquidity right here. They're clearly trying to hurt the most amount of people in the most obvious way. So why would I want to? So guys, back to the first lesson, I'm going to align myself with that. But guys, listen, just because you can read this market does not mean that they're going to give you an entry. Like here, guys, look. Guys, look. Guys, look. Guys, I didn't take that trade. Look. But guys, look, if you scroll up, look. Guys, that doesn't mean I can't read this market. Guys, look. The trade plan, what day was that? What day was that? The 14th? What day was that? The 14th, right? Look, trade plan for the 14th. Gap fill Thursday is upon us. Anything happening in Asia or London is irrelevant to me. The most bullish thing they can do is pull this market back before open, meaning it'll be forced into bullish programming mode to fill the gap. Opposite will apply if they gap it up prior to open, meaning I will be leaning bearish. Guys, I'm not saying that they're going to go up or down. Guys, I'm just understanding the behavior pattern of the market, and I align myself with it accordingly. Guys, I don't give a fuck about being right or wrong. I'm here to make money. I don't care about anything else. I'm just being for real. I don't. So with that being said, that's what I'm going off of, right? While everyone else saw red and they're trying to short this, I understand what the fuck this market's trying to do. This was sent out the night before, so you would know this. If you're in Discord, you would know this. So with that being said, guys, just because I can read this market doesn't mean that the market gives me an opportunity to take a trade. I just might miss it. So what do? Once they complete an objective, which is what I've told you first, what do I do then, guys? I then align myself with the next possible objective. It's just that simple. So I reevaluate after they have completed a major objective. What's the reevaluation? They just swept this. So I ask myself, where can I be targeting potentially? You got this 15-minute SIBI here. You have a 5 and a 15 right here. They just swept this liquidity right here. What's a potential optimal entry right here? Well, the trend is going up, so I don't want to just catch a knife, right? I don't want to just do that. So what's the next optimal entry right here that you're going to ask? Stop. Hold on. Stop. The next optimal entry is what? The first presented opportunity for you to short this market. You're not going to catch a knife and just randomly expect your order to stop this market. You're not going to do that. The next optimal entry is this. You guys remember this day? I remember this. There's a reason why this is here. You want to know why? Because I remember when I put this here. Guys, the reason why this thing showed up like this, hold on. Guys, listen. Watch this. Select bar. Guys, look. The reason why that circle is there is for a reason. That circle is there because that was the optimal entry that I called out live on stream. Because look, after we swept the major liquidity zone, watch this. Watch. We swept it, liquidated them. Watch. Stop. You now have the first presented bearish imbalance form. This is optimal entry here. After we have swept a major liquidity spot, and we completed a major objective that nobody was thinking of. This is a huge teaching point. Are you guys still with me? Are you still with me? Let me see. Who asked that question? DJ, you still with me? Monique, okay, great. Monique, a pullback, guy. Monique, a pullback is not confirmation. A pullback is an optimal entry spot in order for you to manage your risk in accordance to what you've been seeing. And what you've been seeing has not had to have changed before your entry, if that makes sense. So like, for example, if I was getting ready to short this right now, and if Powell just randomly came on, and if he was like, no more rate, and if he was like, rate cuts, everybody, right here on this candle, and I was thinking about shorting this, and I saw that, I'm not going to short that. I'm not going to do that. That would be asinine. Or if Donald Trump came on and said, no more tariffs worldwide, I was just joking. Why would I short that? I'm not going to do that. I have to update what I'm seeing in real time based off of the information that's being presented. But on a normal basis, nothing has happened here. So a pullback is nothing more for an opportunity. It is an opportunity for you to enter into the trade while you manage your risk without blowing up your account. That's very important. All right. So that's why you wait for a pullback. Guys, inexperienced traders, they just chase. And then they just go full port, or they see a move and then they enter. And they'll see this and then they'll go, holy smokes, I got a great draw on liquidity. the market's gonna sweep this, and then like they'll buy this top, and then the market will do this to them, and then they'll blow up the account, and then the market will continue doing what it's getting ready to do because they weren't patient. Guys, this market is the greatest machine that you have ever seen that will transfer money from that will transfer wealth and money from the impatient to the patient. I'm live every day at 9:35 in the morning, Monday through Friday on TikTok. Every day. Live trading. That is live trading, though. You got to be inside Discord to ask me questions, though. And you got to pay $11 for the knowledge page and $29 for Discord to understand. I'm sorry, to master the trading, so right now, this is a one-on-one class for everyone inside Discord. That's free. This is like a five to $8,000 a month value. So right now, I'm holding a class for everybody inside Discord, respectively, only in Discord. So with that being said, optimal entry right here. We swept this major liquidity zone right here. This was circled right here for a reason because I called this out live on stream. This is the first presented opportunity for you to even consider shorting this market. If you were thinking about shorting this market anytime before it stopped, you're going to blow up the account. You don't know what you're doing. I'm just being honest. If you were thinking about shorting this market up in here, you don't know what you're doing. I'm talking about holding this thing seriously for anything more than 20 to 25 ticks. That doesn't mean that you can't short it right here when we sweep it for like 20 ticks to the downside. But I'm talking about a solid setup with confirmation. You don't know what you're doing. If even when this formed right here on this candle, you shorted it right here, that is not optimal trade entry. Optimal trade entry is, I'm bearish. I want to short it on a pullback as it's going up for a better entry. Optimal trade entry. I'm getting the optimal entry. Just because I see this candle right here doesn't mean I'm going to short it right here at the bottom. Because then what? Guys, I'm leaving 30 ticks on the table. Guys, with this, you will be able to read this market to a T. And you'll be able to see it. And then if they don't give it to you, you don't take it. It's just that simple. Guys, this is taking candy from a baby. You don't, guys, you don't got to do limit orders and random spots anymore. And then just get liquidated and blow up your account anymore. Guys, no. You tell a market what you want to do. And then, however, guys, I'm sorry, let me tell you this. You tell the market when you want to enter. But however, guys, listen, if the market guys, if it's just that 10% chance where the market is showing you something, then guess what? You listen and you manage your risk accordingly. So guys, listen. So guys, listen. Yeah. You know, I'm still here. I was just typing something inside the chat for somebody that wanted to join Discord. So I pinned the comment. So guys, listen. Guys, thank you so much for letting me know and saying, hey, can't hear. Because guys, listen, if I randomly go out, you guys need to be on alert. You guys need to be on alert. But hey, something went wrong. So because I'll go on for like 2 or 3 minutes and not notice it. So thank you guys for the heads up. Thanks, trackers. Thanks, Best Live Clips. Thanks, guys. So guys, listen. Optimal trade entry is this. Right here. First presented. To me personally, this is a B+ setup. The only thing that doesn't make this A+ right here is the fact that I'm slightly going against the trend, and this is the first presented right here. But this is still a B+ trade setup right here. That's why I have this circle here, because I called this live on stream. That circle isn't there randomly. I didn't just put that there. That's been there, right? But I just forgot to delete it. So with that being said, B+ trade setup. I have the first bearish imbalance here. So I'm not scared as it's going up. As it's going up, I'm going, I'm rubbing my hands together like Birdman. If anyone knows who Birdman is, that's Lil Wayne's, the guy who discovered Lil Wayne. He always rubs his hand together. I'm rubbing my hands together like Birdman or like a fly. Everyone has seen a fly. I'm rubbing my hands together. I go, perfect. I get the perfect entry. It's coming, baby. That's what I'm thinking in real time. I am not going, oh, let me long now. Oh, let me buy. Why would I buy when we just got done sweeping this liquidity right here? That is arguably the last thing on my mind. Remember, guys, remember live on stream when I called this out and I said, hey, is anyone thinking about buying this right here? And I said, if you were thinking about buying this right here, stop. You're going to blow up the account. Put your account on ice. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. I'm just be honest. Why? Because you're going to become liquidity. So with that being said, this right here is the optimal trade entry. A retest of this zone, or shorting it on the decent upward candle. A retest of this is the perfect trade entry, perfect. But you got a decent move up, so you would short this. So you would short this green candle right here on this close. So right here, I'm going to structure you through this trade right here, optimal trade entry. Watch, guys. You're going to be able to manage, guys. If this inverses, guys, you only lose 25 ticks. Who gives a fuck? Guys, not every trade is going to be perfect. Guys, if someone is telling you that they never lose, they're scamming. Run away. I'm serious. They're scamming. They're scamming. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Listen. Hold on, guys. Listen. So, hold on. Discord had a question. What are those three lines? What indicator is that? There's no lines here. This right here is just irrelevant, and you have to come here. You have to come here. You have to come here, and inside Discord, it's over here at the bottom. Latanya, trading view indicators right here. It's this one, and so here are my settings. Hold on, let me delete this, because this is the old one. Wait, no, that's it right there. Let me see. So yeah, it's right here. It's right here. It's this one. That's all that is. But guys, I can obviously see the FVGs, but this just helps me see it in real time, so that I can react faster. That's it. So that I don't have to draw it myself every single time and then remove it every single time. So guys, I would recommend having that on your chart. It will fast track your success. It's just a simple FVG indicator. That's it. Not the FVG. So what you talking about? What line? There's nothing else here on this chart. What line? What's the color? What's the color, Latanya? What's the color? What you got? What's the color? Not the FVG. What line? You talking about this green line? That's price. Gray maroon. Gray maroon. Gray maroon and right there. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so this right here just measures the high and low of the previous candle. I'm sorry. So, but that's irrelevant. Good, great eye. Thank great eye. This just measures the high and low of the previous candle and the halfway point in order for me to understand, hey, you know what? For me personally, for a more immediate, precise entry, like immediate, like guys, I'm almost like a perfectionist with this. But you don't have to do that. Guys, you don't need that. So this just lets me know the strength of the previous candle. Nope, that's not my own drawing. That's an indicator, and I will link that. It's right here. It's this one. I will link that if you guys want me to link that. You guys want me to put that inside the indicators inside Discord? Okay, great. I'll do that. Okay, great. Yeah, y'all do that. So look, that's all this is because it's showing me, hey, you know what? I can take, because look, it's showing me, hey, you know what? This right here is a perfect precise entry because I'm starting to get a decent pullback into the most previous candle. So I might not be able to perfect it right here, but I can short anywhere in here and this should be good. So it shows me how strong the previous candles are being. And the high and the low of the previous candle and the consequent encroachment of the previous candle. Just the previous, that's all of this is. That's all of that is. So it's not anything fancy, but once you start to read the market, you can fully see it. So like if I get a God candle and like if I'm looking for an entry, I can go, I can enter at the halfway point of this previous candle if my bias is up or down. So that is not optimal. Like that is precise for me. But anyway, long story short, so I'm looking at that and I'm going, I can enter anywhere in this zone right here. Perfect. Pull back, I'm ready to go. So let's see it play out. So I would sell. I'm not going max contract. I'm not doing anything crazy. Short it right here. My stop loss is going to be up here in inverse of up here, right? So if they inverse this, then I know I'm wrong, right? So I'm watching this and I'm going, I shorted right here. Let's see what happens. You're going to see this play out in real time. Let's see. You just, hey, guys, listen, stop. Guys, listen, stop. Guys, this is trade replay. This is the only time I'm going to say this. Guys, this is not the real market in real time. So for anyone that's trying to copy this trade, don't do that. Best clips. This is not that, bro. I am not going to tell you where to enter your stops and stuff like that from TikTok. You have to be inside Discord and you have to pay for the knowledge. And you have to understand what we're looking at so that you can ask questions. I cannot do that. But the only reason why I'm stopping the stream right now to let you guys know is because I don't want dozens of people watching this and then to think that I am actively trading this market right now in real time. Guys, I am teaching people how to master the market inside Discord. This is a class that I'm running. And it's being recorded for them. That's the only reason why it's on TikTok. But however, the next few classes from TikTok, in order to see it, you're gonna have to be subscribed. So it's gonna be subscriber only. All right. So if you wanna watch from TikTok, you're gonna have to subscribe at least to the minimum trading plan if you wanna watch the classes. So you can either pay the $80 a month, or I think that you can subscribe for like $4 a month, like if you wanna watch the classes, but you're not gonna be able to answer any questions. All right. So my stop loss is not gonna be a magical number. It's gonna be if this gets inversed. So if they close above it, so to speak, all right? So I'm watching this zone right here. Guys, this is how my brain would be thinking in real time. My take profit, for example, guys, this is important. When you enter the market, you are going to have to start scaling out where this market can begin to hurt you. And you're going to have to know and understand how the market can begin to hurt you. The only way that you can understand that is that you're just going to have to understand the imbalances. That's it. And then you're going to have to understand liquidity for what they could possibly be targeting before they continue their main objective, right? That's it. That is it. So with that being said, what's this? How do I, so I can't scale out here. I don't think, so I can't scale out here on market replay. So on market replay, it's either all or nothing on that. So I can't properly scale out here, but I'm going to show you the point, right? So this right here, because I can't edit this. So I got to either be all in or all out. This right here, at this spot right here, will be the first opportunities for this market to start to hurt me again. Should this trade play out in my favor? All right. The next opportunities for this market to begin to seriously start to hurt me at, guys, is where? For everyone For everyone inside Discord, where is the next out? Guys, I helped you out with that. Let's just say that the trade plays in my favor. Where is the next opportunity for this market to begin to start to hurt me at, guys? Guys, guys, what I mean by hurt me is it continues its upward trend, targeting upward levels of liquidity. Where can it seriously start to hurt me at? Outside of my stop loss. That's a serious question. And that might be aimed towards Latanya and Monique and DJ. Where can it seriously start to hurt me at? I need to know. Right here is the first spot, so I might front run it a little bit. Where's the next spot where it can seriously start to hurt me at? Is anyone paying attention? If you are, then you can respond to it. It doesn't have to be them, but it can be anybody. If not, then I'm going to continue with the point in like 60 seconds. 23,963. Yes, correct. The bottom right here, cool. So that might be a scale out point. This right here might be a scale out point, which is basically what she was saying, 963. Consequent encroachment of FVG, which one? Here, 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 which one? Which one? $23,960. Yep. Consequent encroachment of that. Yep, perfect. Great, exactly. Great, guys. So, guys, you need to be scaling out where this market can start to hurt you at so that you're not greedy. All right? So, with that being said, right here would be a next scale out. I'll probably be 75% of the way out there, and then I'll probably leave some runners, and I'll probably be out fully right here at the consequent encroachment point of this 15-minute. Why? Because this market reacts heavily off of 15-minute imbalances. Or if I wanted to be ridiculously greedy, then I would just move my stop loss to break even right here. And then I would just let it run, and then I will be fully out maybe like down here, like down here once we swept liquidity down here. Or fully 100% out once we tap into this huge 15-minute BISI here. But those would be my runners. You guys saw me structure these trades before, so you guys know what I'm talking about, right? So I would just leave runners, and then I will be fully out my runners there. But initially speaking, I'm going to put an order right here, and I'm going to label that. So initially speaking, I'm going to be out one order here. So I'm going to put one order. So I'm going to label that one. And then my next order, I might scale out right here. So I'm going to put two, and then I'll move everything to break even, and then I'll probably be fully out on the sweep of this liquidity right here. On the sweep of this liquidity right here, and I might front run it a little bit, but just to make sure my order gets filled. But when we tap into this, guys, all 100% all bets are off. Whenever we start going to the downside and we tap into a 1, 5, and 15-minute bullish imbalance after going up, anything can happen. You don't want to leave nothing on the table like that. So those should be your runners, or at a minimum, you should be at break even. But even then, your runner should be out right over there. That's plenty of enough. So let's see what happens in real time. I'm going to press play. Let's see what happens. We're going to see. Stop. So I will be out here. Guys, obviously I can't enter into the market replay and scale out in market replay, right? It says replay here for a reason. So I would take profits here and here at 2. Why? Because this market doesn't have the full-blown authority, but it could do this. And so if it does that, then it's going to come against me, and then it can hurt me. And like if I'm in an Apex account and if I didn't take profits and this market shoots all the way back up into here, then I'll blow up the account because of the trailing drawdown. So I have to trade in accordance to the rules of my account, right? So I'm out at 1 and 2. So now all I have is runners. So now what am I going to do? I'm going to move my stop. I'm going to move my stop to break even. Now this is no longer in play. This circle right here is no longer in play, so I can delete that. So I'm at break even. So which means that no matter what happens now, I can't lose any money, and then I can catch all of this to the downside. So my final target is going to be this. I'm going to put 3 right here. Those will be for my runners. Let's see what happens. Let's just see. It was bouncing this 15-minute BSC. It's coming down into here. Stop. You would be out right here on this flush guide candle directly into this 1, 5, and 15. That is optimal trade entry. Great question. Latanya says, why would you not bring your stop to where you took profit? That would, because certain traders might have different risk parameters. I'm just talking about just the basics, like as far as as far as not trailing your stops. Like you're starting to take profit and an imbalance is formed, and then you just move it to break even. So I'm talking about at a minimum removing your risk. But if you want to trail your stop to where you took profit at, that's fine. But however, you could easily be stopped out with that. So like they could flush us into here, and then they could shoot up into here and then do this, right? And then still continue lower. So that's something that you have to keep in mind. But again, that's like step 3 and 4 of being a professional trader. So you can do that, Latanya. That's fine. And there's nothing wrong with trailing your stop. That's actually recommended. So you guys, you should secure as many profits as you can per trade. There's nothing wrong with that. And then just reevaluate. Great job. But at a minimum, you need to be putting your stop to break even. At a minimum. Do you make more money in the trade by knowing the stop? By moving the stop? It depends. It depends on your objective. So, I mean, it depends. I mean, like, for me, whenever I'm scalping with Apex, I'm in and I'm out fully. So there is really no moving to stop with me. But some of you might want to do this for like an optimal trade entry. So for me personally, with the size that I trade, I would have been fully out here at 1. Me personally, at the most, I would have been fully out at 1, and then I would just reevaluate it, and then I would just repeat the process over and over again because I know I only need 2 or 3 of those a day. That's it, right? So, with that being said, what I said. So there is no you make money or like you make less money. It's just a matter of you need to start de-risking where the market can start to hurt you at. That's it. Hopefully that makes sense. Joe says, man, the market would have seen me coming and said, nah, we're going to drop a bit and keep you in time distortion and then drop when you cancel the trade after you get tired of waiting. Yeah. Yeah, Joe. Joe. That's why in order to avoid guys, I know it feels like that because Monique says seriously every time. Honestly, waiting for 2 hours in time distortion. And that's why you're going to have to understand the optimal time entry and understand your entries and fine tune it a little bit more, right? How do you do that? You have to have multiple levels of confirmation. The levels of confirmation with this was the sweep of major liquidity and a pullback and the first presented SIBI here. So, for example, Joe, if they shot us up in here and if they just did this, then you don't take that trade. I'm sorry, you just don't. You don't take that. That's what's happening. All right? And then also how to avoid that is you can avoid that you can avoid that by doing what I do on stream, which is having smaller price targets in mind. So guys, listen, if you're trying to collect 200, 300, 400 ticks, then guys, you got to be willing to sit through 2 or 3 hours of time distortion, like you just said, because time distortion can happen at any given moment. Guys, just because you enter the trade does not deem the market to immediately start to reverse into a 300 or 400 swing position to make you money. It's not seeing that. It's only just trying to fill orders. So you have to wait for it to complete an objective or align yourself with it while it's getting ready to do that. Into an imbalance, into the direction of where you're trying to go. And the imbalance is is a level of confirmation, if that makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? This right here was another level of confirmation. Whenever we inverse this up here, and then we had a 1 5 1 1 and a 5 up here. So on one of these candles up in here, you possibly could have shorted it here, but they didn't give you a decent pullback. So I honestly would have missed that entry because I would have needed something like this for me to enter into here. So I would have missed that personally by a few ticks, but that's just me. So I would have missed out on this move because they started dumping and going down in a straight line like this. So I personally would have missed that. I personally would have. All right. So honestly, waiting for 12 hours in time distortion, it does. Yeah. So you just gotta be more precise with your entries and your exits. That's it. That's all that is. Nothing more than that. That's it. And so you have to, guys, before you enter into a trade, start having at least 2 levels of confirmation, and that'll change for you. Guys, watch how that changes for you. Watch. Just give it a try, and then when you're in, start to scale out where the market can begin to hurt you at. Guys, just because the gap fill Thursday model calls for a full-blown gap reversal doesn't mean that you're going to hold for a 2% move and just hold full-blown balls to the wall, full portfolio for the entire 2% move. And then you're going to be out at the tick up here. Just because that's the case doesn't mean that. Guys, you can enter into here and then be out here fully at the consequent encroachment of here. Or you can long this here and then be out whenever we start to sweep this liquidity right here just to be safe. Guys, you don't have to hold until, for the full-blown move every single time. And that's probably some of the things that's probably one of the things that's stumping you guys up because you guys are sitting here waiting for everything to be perfect. Guys, life isn't perfect, let alone these charts. There might be some fake outs. There might be some points where they get close to it like this, and then they fully reverse it. So that's why you have to take modest price targets and you have to be out where the market can start to hurt you at. That's very important. That's very important. That's very important, guys. So with that being said, me personally, I would be fully out here. So let's see what happens next. Let's just see in market replay time. Now look, pay attention, look. Pay attention, look. Guys, listen, look, pay attention, look. Guys, you see where this market can start to hurt you at, seriously? Guys, do you see what I'm talking about now? Look, we tapped into a 1, 5, and 15-minute BISI here on a pullback, and then we swept this liquidity. Guys, look, now the market is starting to go up. Why? Because it's trying to target upper levels of liquidity now. So now this market can seriously start to hurt you at. So if you didn't take any profits at all, and if you were trying to hold for this entire move right now, now you're starting to sweat bullets. That is the major teaching point. That's major. That's major, major, major. So right here was correct. This market can seriously start to hurt you initially right here. That's why you had this flush candle right here. Directly into it. So you should have really been out fully right here. And then trailing your stop or have it to break even up here. Let's see what happens afterwards. So just more time distortion, essentially. Sideways. This market's not doing anything. So this right here is the point to where most people start to get hurt at. Because time distortion starts to run rampant. There's no imbalances being formed or anything like that. So this right here was your time to enter, or at a minimum up here, to then target lower levels of liquidity. So you have to learn how to avoid the time distortion. And so, for example, if you were looking for a pullback, right, you don't look at this and you don't go, this is a bear flag. No, that's not what you say. You go, we're pulling back after a major move upwards directly into multiple levels of confirmation, right? So as we're pulling back, we dumped here. Check this out, Joe. Look, we dumped. We came up. I didn't chase it. And then we came back into this imbalance. And then you would long one of these candles right here. So that would be your entry level, right? I'm talking about for a quick scalp because the dynamic of this market has changed, right? Hold on, let me go back. I'm I'm going to select the bar. Watch this, Joe. Look, Joe, there's a 5 and a 15 here. To avoid the time distortion, you're looking for a quick scalp, right? We're gonna go play. Hold on, let me slow this down a little bit. Stop. We came down in here. It's clearly reacting off of this. We went up. I didn't chase it. They now give me a pullback to then manage my risk accordingly off of this area right here. Off of here, but really primarily, it's really this 1 minute BISI here. So if this gets inverse, then I know I'm wrong. Because anything can happen over the course of 5 and 15 minutes. So logically speaking, I could buy right here. On this pullback, I would buy. And my stop loss would be maybe an inverse of here, or maybe an inverse of this. Or like if we lost this area. Now, this is a little bit shorter or whatever. So this is barely 1-to-1, right? Or I could be up in here. Or once we get up here, I can move my stop to break even at a minimum. So this is a 1-to-1 trade, but it's more so like a scalp. So I would look at this as a scalp in order to target upper levels of liquidity. So this isn't like a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1. But still though, nevertheless, it's still a decent trade. Why? We swept internal right here, and then we're dumping it to multiple levels of confirmation. I had a 1, 5, and a 15 right here. Multiple areas of confluence, of confluence. So let's see what happens. I press play, and let's see what happens. I have to sit through 3 or 4 minutes. I have to sit through 3 to 4 or 5 minutes of sideways time distortion, but I'm able to manage my risk accordingly. And I'm out where this market can begin to hurt me at. Where at? At the top of this 5 and 15 minute SIBI right here. And then at a minimum, I would just move my stop to break even right here at my entry, which is where this line is right here. So at a minimum, I'm at risk free, and let's see what happens. It starts talking up it starts going up. So I would have been stopped out here if I would have entered into that trade right there. Guys, but that alone right there was good enough for 180 ticks. Guys, you don't need 180 ticks a day to do this. Guys, you really only need 25 to 30 ticks like 2 times a day. Like 60 ticks is enough for you to get ridiculously rich off this. Off of like 1 or 2 contracts. That's it. That ain't nothing. Guys, that's nothing. I'm serious, guys. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. Guys, listen. Let's just say that I was in a 1 contract position. 1. And let's just say I wanted to be out here. At the top of this. 1 contract. And I wanted to be out here just to be safe. And Joe, and this right here was my confirmation. And I was watching this. 1 contract. Just 1. Guys, that right there alone was like $500 or $600 per account over like 3 or 4 minutes. If you're trading 20 accounts and it took you 2 months to get to that from reinvesting your first payout, guys, you're talking about a $10,000 trade that took like 3 or 4 minutes. You just repeat the process over and over again. Guys, this shit is not hard. I'm serious. Guys, that's just 1 contract. And that's not me trying to hold for the moon or trying to catch something like this every single time. Guys, that ain't nothing but a small little amount. But you have multiple levels of confirmation. So guys, listen, the moral of the story is this. We need to start having multiple levels of confirmation before we enter into a trade. A sweep of some internal right here, 1. I have a 5 and a 15, and I have a 1 right down here as my guide. I had a God flush candle through a liquidity zone. And so I could long this and then be out at where the market can start to hurt me at. Right up in here. It's just that simple. That's it. If you take partial profit, does Apex still ding you on a drawdown? Yes, they do. Yep, they do. They do. That's why I trade how I do. That's why I'm in and I'm out. And then I reevaluate. That's why I do that. Because they count it from the highest point from where you're at in the account. So even if you partial out and let's just say at its highest point you were up $2,500 and then like you left just one runner on like one MNQ and that one runner went against you $200 and it stopped out because it was trailing, you would now only have $2,300 in wiggle room from your initial $2,500 max point if you would have closed it out at the max TP. So they would ding that runner against you. So you would have so you would have $200 less in wiggle room with Apex because of the trailing drawdown, if that makes sense. So yeah, guys, that's that. Does anyone have any other questions? Guys, where did time go? We've been at this for 3 hours now. Where did time go? Does anybody have any further questions before we start to wrap this up? Or did I cover anything in particular? Oh, would you guys like for me to go over the plan for the upcoming week as far as how to scale up your accounts and what I plan on doing? Would you guys like me to go over that? You guys would like for me to do that? Okay. Okay, great. Okay, yeah. Oh, everybody said yeah. All right, guys. Great. Yeah, Mike said yeah. All right, guys, listen. So this is the plan for what I'm planning on doing. So Eval Instant Pass is going to be in about another week and a half. So we are going to be more so paper trading our accounts and practicing, and then gearing and preparing our minds in order for us to take our accounts seriously for the Eval Instant Pass. And I will not only be doing it with Apex, but I will be doing it with Bullinox. So I will purchase the accounts and I will show you guys how much it costs in real time and everything. And I will be uploading that journey. So quick question. Would you guys like me to start a new channel in Discord that says 100, that says $1,000 to $50,000 in withdrawal journey? Would you guys like me to do that? So that you guys can follow that and follow the steps. Would you guys like for me to do that? A new channel? Okay. Okay. All right then. You guys got it. Guys, you guys are the boss. I got you. All right, so I'll do that. And so I'll let you guys know the purchases and everything whenever I make them, and so that we can track the journey, even from the initial $2,000 or $3,000 withdrawal, and then how much money I keep. Now, guys, listen. I'm going to tell you how much money to keep to the side, but guys, listen, look. I'm gonna be honest. On the first withdrawal, whatever the case may be, guys, I necessarily don't need it. But so what I'm gonna do is no. I gotta take that back. I'm not going to deviate because I don't need the money. So I would actually invest the entire thing directly into getting more accounts. So I gotta take that back. So I'm going to treat it as though I am a normal person trying to do this. So I'm going to take normal profits and then do it reasonably. So like, for example, if I get a $2,000 withdrawal, I'm not going to just immediately dump the entire $2,000 back into it. I'm going to take out 500 or even 1,000 to then theoretically pay some bills or do whatever the case may be. And then I'm going to reinvest that at a reasonable rate to then get more accounts. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to follow it exactly like how I'm telling you guys. Do you have a coupon code for Bullinox? I will link that as well. So I will update that on the Knowledge and Community page, but I will also send that in as well in the new channel that I create. So I will do that. But you can use almost any coupon with Bullinox. I think that I mean anything. But I'll link the most obvious one. I'll do that. And so, guys, this upcoming week we're going to be practicing our skills. So, guys, the trades that we're going to be taking, long story short, is this. We are only going to be taking trades and practicing trades with multiple levels of confirmation. And we're going to be in and we're going to be out. All right? And then we're going to be out at the first moment where the market can begin to hurt us at. All right? That's what we're going to do. Now, guys, this is under the notion that you know and understand how to trade already. So if you don't understand how to trade, and if you don't know how to read FEGs and analyze the market piece by piece. You don't have to be a professional because I'm gonna be on stream live with you. You can ask me questions. You can ask me questions. But however, like you don't have to be the master. But however, you need to at least understand how to manage your risk accordingly, and you have to be patient and be willing to take a trade with multiple levels of confirmation. And when you're wrong, you have to admit you're wrong and close the trade so you don't blow up the account. All right? Because that's very important. We trade NQ and then ES on gap fill Thursdays if the situation presents itself. So that's what that's what I do. You can do anything you want to do. All right. So that's all we're going to be doing on stream. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So we're going to take multiple lows of confirmation, and then we're going to take B plus set of minimum trades, and then we're going to be out at the first moment where the market can hurt us, and then we will reevaluate. And then we're only going to take about 2 or 3 of those trades a day. So that's what we're going to practice. So in a week and a half from now, we are going to execute and do that. And then we're going to do it over and over and over again for about a week and a half to 2 weeks and get our first payout and then reinvest that money into getting more accounts. And then when we get more accounts, after taking some profit and paying our bills, then we'll be up to 10 or 15. And then we're going to do the same thing. And then from there, what we're going to do is we're going to take a small portion of that payout, that second one, and then we're going to be up to 20 accounts. All right. And then, hey, guys, it might not go as planned. Guys, we might take 2 or 3 losses. So we blow up the account after the second payout. So then we take some of the money that we had set to the side for the instant notes to then get us right back on the next eval instant pass. And then we do the same thing over again. Not from step 1, but we repeat step 2 again. All right. And then from there, we get our third payout, and guys, and then on our third payout, on after the second payout, we will be there. After the second payout, we will be there, because guys, after that second payout, it's going to be hitting on like $20,000 clips. So even if you put $5,000 to the side, and if you pocket 15, guys, now you have an infinite factory, because every single payout you put a little bit to the side for your business in the event that something does go wrong. And then you just start the process over again, and over 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 again nonstop. And then you look up, and 6 to 9 months has gone by, and you've made $250,000. I'm serious. That's it. That's it. That is that. So that's what that's what we're probably gonna do. So guys, I'm gonna start out with some Bullinox accounts, because Bullinox accounts are stupid cheap. They're like $16. And so if you fail them, you fail them. If you don't, then you don't. But guys, listen, look, I can also show you guys how to trade on TradingView through Bullinox as well. So if you want to learn how to do that, then I can show you how to do that. It's just, it's fairly simple, all right? I stayed up all night trying to figure it out, but it's simple once you understand what's going on. It ain't that hard. So if you want to trade on TradingView, then you can do that. But if you want to trade on Rithmic, you can. But same concept. So we will have some Bullinox accounts within the next week, and then I will purchase some Apex accounts as well. All right. But guys, the concept is going to apply. Tomato, pino colado. If you want to trade the Bullinox accounts, then that's fine. If you want to trade Apex, that's fine. But the same logic is going to apply. All right. You just have to get 3 to 4 accounts to a payout. That's it. 2 to 3 accounts to a payout, something like that. And then you reinvest that into getting more accounts. So that's going to be step 1. So we're just going to focus on getting 2 or 3 accounts to a payout. That's going to be our step 1. All right. And then we're going to reinvest those profits. That's it. All right. Strategy is discretionary ICT concepts. That's it. Discretionary. By understanding market conditions and understanding liquidity. We're not trading ICT 150% by the book. We're exercising discretion, and then we have some time hacks there inside Discord that we follow, and we follow our rules. I feel as though you've been taking this really well, E, and this is a good starting point for everyone, especially with all the new members. Much appreciated. Hey, what you mean, Kenny? I've been taking what really well? Are you going to record as well? Record what, Joe? This is being recorded right now, and guys, Would you guys like for me to upload everything that we talked about to the link to the film review to the film review channel? Would you guys like for that to be uploaded? Guys, look. I'm gonna be honest. It's 3 hours though. It's 3.5 hours. You that? Yeah, yeah, brother. But you're gonna have to pay for the knowledge page first. It's $11. The link is in my bio, Musty. Because you're gonna have to at least read and understand what you're looking at, so that you can understand how to read this market, like how we do. And then Discord is $29 a month. But trust me, bro. Once you follow this rule, bro. Once you follow what we're on, bro, 90 days from now, bro, 3 or 4 months from now, bro, you're not gonna care, bro, because you're gonna be making 10 to 15,000 a day, Musty. So you're not gonna care about no $29 a month membership and no $11 a month knowledge page. I'm serious, bro. You're not gonna care. But however, brother, you're gonna have to pay something for the knowledge, bro. And have someone that's willing to trade with you live, and that you can ask questions. Because there's no other profession where you can do that at, bro. No other. Every single job you had to go to school for, and you had to have a teacher. Every single one. Just stop and just think about that. Guys, even in first grade, even in first grade, you had to have a teacher. Guys, even to learn how to use the bathroom, you had to learn. Guys, your parents had to teach you how to flush the toilet, how to wipe your booty. Every single thing that you have ever learned in this reality that we are living in, you had to have guidance. So what makes you think that you're gonna make $10,000 to $15,000 a day without having somebody that's that's sitting here willing to talk to you, and without following instructions? You know that you're gonna learn that by piecing together random strategies on YouTube that you don't know about, and by trading every strategy known to man? Hell no, that's not how that's gonna work. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna lie. I did that and I failed. So that's how I know that none of these strategies work. The support and resistance, the moon cycles, the astrology signs. Yes, there are moon tide strategies. Look it up. They're moon tide strategies. People are trading off the moon. And then they wonder why they're blowing up accounts. There's people trading bear flags and they wonder why they're blowing up accounts. Like they'll short this thinking this is a bearish bear flag. And now we getting ready to dump and the market to go up. And they're like, what the hell is going on? And they wonder why they're blowing up the account. I'm serious. So why? Because they just piecing shit together and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're trying to cheap it out. Guys, they're trying to cheap it out and not have instruction to then master the thing that's going to give you the most amount of freedom in this entire reality that we live in. There's nothing that's going to give you more freedom than this. Nothing. Not being a doctor or a lawyer. Guys, doctors and lawyers are wage slaves. They work like 12 to 14 hours a day. And nurses. My mom, guys, my mom's a teacher. Same thing. I'm trying to tell y'all, I'm serious. I'm serious, man. So, yeah, you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to get the knowledge together, and you're going to have to be willing to pay $11 a month for the knowledge, and then $29 for the Discord to understand the models so that you can ask questions, so that you can have a teacher that's willing to teach you on the weekend for 3.5 hours and run a course for free on the weekends. That is invaluable. That's priceless. I'm serious, man. That's priceless. I'm serious, guys. Guys, that is priceless, Musty. That's priceless. So again, no other profession can you do that at. No other profession can you expect to make to do anything without having an instructor or a teacher there. The $11 is for the knowledge and community, for you to understand what's going on. So even if you don't understand trading, you will be able to get it and understand it for $11. That link is in my bio. It's my Linktree link. You have to click on that. That will give you a baseline understanding for you to understand liquidity, candlesticks, how to read and understand what you're looking at, so that while you're in Discord, you can understand what we're looking at and you can understand how to sharpen your edge. And then you will learn how to master that by being in Discord, and you will have an instructor helping you and teaching you, and you will have access to weekend classes on the weekend for free. That's what the $29 a month is for. And then the $29, we have trading models that are inside Discord. We have specific trading models that are only inside Discord, that have been back tested and proven for you to backtest yourself to gain confidence to trade. All right. So that is $29 a month. But listen to me, you're not gonna care after 3 or 4 months when you're making $5,000 to $10,000 a day. I swear to God, you're not gonna care, guys. Even if you don't even do that, and if you scrape, guys, and if you scrape, guys, even if you scrape the bottom of the barrel, and if you're just doing one contract, after 3 or 4 months, you make $600 a day, and with one account, you're not gonna give a shit. With $600 a day, right here, this trade like this, something like this, once a day that takes like 3 or 4 minutes, you're not gonna give a shit about no $29 no month, $11 a month. You're not gonna care. A month, you're not gonna care. Let alone if you do what we're getting ready to do and scale up, because I'm getting ready to walk everyone in Discord through that process. Everyone in Discord will be walked through how, guys, this is what we're getting ready to do. In Discord, we're getting ready to do this. Everyone in Discord will be walked through this, because this is just overwhelming success. Everyone in Discord will be walked through this. We will start, if you have less than $1,000, how to scale up to have your first $50,000 within the first few months. Challenge. Because I'm telling people how to do that, and so like people think it's a very daunting task, but it's really not. You just have to pay for the knowledge and then join Discord, and then I'm going to hand walk you through this, how to do this. This is overwhelming success for the people inside Discord. So trust me, you're not gonna care. I'm gonna be honest, you're not gonna care. You're not. So, because I had someone ask this question, they said, how would this change? So guys, listen, this is going to be the difference. I will not be trading my 20 accounts initially, for anyone that missed this, because I didn't mention everyone in this. I will not be trading my 20 funded accounts initially. I will start out with just 3 or 4, just like I'm telling everyone else to do. I will primarily only take A+ trade setups and make it clear on live stream, because I trade live in front of everybody. Nobody else does that. What I was doing while I elaborate in detail. And then once we reach our goal, we will then have discipline and switch to paper trading to then practice and sharpen our edge once we hit our goal. And so I will walk you through the process of scaling up to 20 accounts from the ground up, because not everyone has the ability to spend $2,500 plus on just one set of 25 accounts, $2,500 to $3,000 in one large lump sum on 20 accounts. And then we are going to do the eval instant pass in here to then get the accounts. But this is contingent upon this. That eval instant pass is only recommended if you are consistent in your approach and you understand how to manage your risk and you know how to get at least one payout. It does not matter how many unlimited funded accounts you can get, if you can instantly get if you will just blow them, because you are rushing the process of understanding how to be profitable. So with that being said, this is perfect. Why? Because we're going to practice over the next 2 weeks on how to do this. And then 2 weeks from now, we're going to do eval instant pass together. So I'm going to walk everyone through. So if you join Discord now, you will be able to. So if you tune in, you will be walked through the process of how to scale up less than $1,000 all the way up into $50,000 over the course of the next few months. And then you'll be able to. And then after a couple months of that happening, you will then be making $10,000 to $15,000 a day, minimum $5,000 to $10,000 a day. So that's what the people inside Discord will be getting over the next couple months, over the next month or so. That's what they will be getting. All right. But obviously you can't get this, you know. Guys, Telegram and the $11 access page, they won't get that because they can't access this. You can only access this from being a part of Discord. But you don't have to complete all of the knowledge to be a part of Discord. You can join Discord from page 1. So because when you join Discord, you're gonna have to familiarize yourself with everything we got here. All of the models, the time hacks, gap fill Thursday, eval instant pass, the trading view indicators, all of those things. You're gonna have to pay attention. All right? And then you're gonna have to understand what's going on. That includes the daily trading plan. I'm going to help break you free from this. trade page, we will do this. Yeah, we will do that. All right. I didn't see the Discord. So, yeah, that's the knowledge and community link. So, click on the link tree in my bio. Click on it, and you will see it. I promise. Click on it. Just try it. Go to my bio and click it. Go to my bio and click it, and then the link tree will show up, and it will say knowledge and community page. Guys, you cannot join Discord if you do not pay for the $11. Why? Because the knowledge is the most important part. Because if you don't understand what the heck you're looking at, how can I teach you? How can I teach you if you don't understand what you're looking at, guys? How can I do that? So you're going to have to understand what a candlestick is and these things. That if you understand that, then that's fine. But you're still going to have to understand that. Why? Because there's plenty of things that's inside the knowledge page that you're not going to understand, that you're going to have to read and then familiarize yourself with and study overnight. Guys, I'm not going to walk you through how to trade, what a candlestick is on live stream. That wouldn't be fair to everyone else. All right? So if you do, then whoop-de-doo. Then you don't have to watch those videos. Then you don't have to watch some of the videos. But then there's other videos that you can use in order to backtest your edge. Like, there's some liquidity videos in there. There's some A+ trade setup videos in there. That page is invaluable. And then the beautiful thing about it is because it's only $11 a month, whenever you're going through a slump, you might have to refer back to your logic. And you might have, back to your training and back to the fundamentals. So you're going to have to review it. How are you going to do that if I'm charging you $1,000 a month for that page? You're going to unsubscribe after month 2. You're never going to go back. You're not going to re-sign up for that after you get it. But if it's $11 a month or $27 every 3 months, you're not going to give a shit. $27 every 3 months. You're not going to give a damn. You're not going to care. So, like, let's just say 4 or 5 months from then, you want to go back, you can go back. And you can read it. I got it like that on purpose. And it's separate because I don't want people thinking that they can just join and do eval instapass and they blow up their account because they don't got the knowledge. And then they're trying to get rich quick. I mean, you're going to get rich fast, but you're not going to, but it's not going to be instant. People want to get rich instantly with this. Hell no, that's not going to happen. You're going to have to build up a little bit. And then you got to take your time and learn and study. And then have someone that's done it help you. That's it. So yeah, MTG. It's in my bio. Anyway, guys, listen. 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours. Whew. Time flies when you're having fun. Any more questions before I log off? Anybody got anything else before I log off? Anybody got any other questions before I log off? Man, what a day. Beautiful day. Anybody got any other questions? Who got some questions? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Would you guys like for me to go over the liquidity bias before I log off? Yes or no? Because this is going to be the last thing. So no more questions. But would you guys like for me to go over the liquidity bias that I'm going to send for the pre-market trading plan? That I'm going to send so that you guys can see how I do this. Drop Discord link. Brother, you're going to have to, MBTG, you're going to have to click the knowledge page, brother. You're going to have to click the knowledge page. It is in my bio. It is not that hard. I'm serious. It's not that hard, bro. It's not. Hold on. MBTG, you're gonna have to DM me because I was getting ready to DM you the link, but but I can't. All right. This is it right here though. WAP.com / NQ Insider. That's it right there. It's WAP.com / NQ Insiders right here. Right there. But it's in my bio, brother. I mean, you can DM me and I can DM it to you, brother, but I don't know how hard it is in order for you to go to my bio and then to literally click the link. Guys, listen, you're going to have to be adept in following instructions. If someone instructs you and if someone says, hey, you have to do this, and it is very easy, and all you have to do is click a button, I'm going to be honest, you're going to have problems doing this. So, so you can join, brother, but I'm going to be honest. If you were having problems going to a bio and clicking a link, I see $11, but okay, I'm not sure if you heard me or not, but I told you, you have to pay the $11 for the knowledge page to join Discord. You cannot join Discord otherwise. The knowledge is the most important part, brother. It is far more important than anything else because you're going to have to understand what we're talking about. All right? So you're going to have to do that. So yes. So what you're seeing now, yes, it is like that on purpose. I am intentionally hiding Discord like that because I don't want, guys, I'm not here in order to, guys, if that was the case, guys, I would just charge $50 or $100 a month minimum and I would put it all on one page and I would force people to buy. Guys, I want you to understand what you're looking at first. I am here to teach you to master trading. Guys, I am here to give out the sauce to you. This is not the crappy paid formula. Guys, this market's going to do what it's going to do regardless. So why would I not want to help you make money? This is not a cookie business where if I show you my grandmother's cookie recipe, you're going to take half of my customers when you open up a shop right down the road. This market's going to do what it's going to do regardless. So why would I not want to help you? All right? So that link that you're seeing, so yeah, you can't escape that. So yeah, that's that. No one can escape that. All right? And that's also why I have it so cheap. It's $11 and then $29. All right. So they said, okay, I will not do that. Okay, great. Yes. Have a good night. All right, T. Marie. See you in the morning. See you in the morning, T. Marie. So, guys, listen. The bias. Let's see. Let's exit bar replay. We're gonna go to today. Let's see where we're at. All right. The last lesson of the day is this. Hold on. Gotta remove my 15-minute sibbies and busies. All right. So the last lesson of the day is this, guys. If I zoom out, if I zoom out, here. Now, guys, listen, look. This one right here is a tougher read. Why is it a tougher read? Because everything is consolidated a little bit more. But just on a simple basis, where are the zones where they can take this market to make a shitload of money? To start targeting liquidity. If you're just looking at this, where can they go? This is, guys, you are going to do this with me, and then I'm going to send this out in an hour. And then everyone else, hey, thanks for sharing the live, Nika. Gracias. Gracias, Nika. Gracias, bonita. Muy gracias. Oh, Ola from Georgia. Nika. Dominican Republic? Dominicana. Republica Dominicana. I think that's how you say it. Anyway, My Spanish is not too good. My ¿Cómo se dice hola from America in English? I don't know how to say that. ¿Cómo se dice? How do you say it? I don't know. Anyway, guys, listen, look. Where can they start to go? Back on topic. Where can they start to go? Guys, I put this for reference here so that you can see how large this zone is in reference. Because most of you can't really eye it yet and go, that that's a little bit exaggerated. Let's see what kind of news we got going on tomorrow, by the way. There's nothing going on tomorrow. Nothing. So tomorrow's gonna be a normal day. Hello, America. Hola, Dominicana. What we got? Kenny says 23,420. 23,420. Why are you saying 23,420? Why? The consequent encroachment there? No. Nope. Kenny wrong. Nope. Not 23,420. 23,340. 23,340, DJ says. 23,340. 23,340. 23,340. 340. My God. Nope. Wrong. Nope. DJ wrong. 23,340. Yeah, no, wrong. Kenny says 23,640. Guys, this is why I'm doing this on purpose. 23,640. I think that you're talking about this up here, Kenny. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but that number is really 23,650. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to, guys, because I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But that number is really 23,650. Yeah. I think that's what he's talking about because he really couldn't see it to the tick because this isn't his screen. Joe says 23,490 low. 23,490 low. 23,490 low. Yes. Bingo. Guys, Joe's getting this right here. Yep. What's next? Guys, I'm not talking about London, Asian highs, this and that. No, none of that. Guys, I'm talking about where they want to go to make the money. Guys, this is the part that to where I start to deviate from ICT a little bit. Just a little bit. Because other people looking at Asian session high, guys, you can do that, that's fine. But I'm talking about this overrides everything else that they're talking about. I'm talking about where they want to go to make the money, up or down. I don't give a damn where they're going to go. But guys, I don't even need to look at the Asian session. Guys, sure, I can do that. That's fine. That's fine. We can do that. That's fine. I'm talking about where they're going to go to make this money. That's what we're talking about. All right? 23,650 high, yes. Joe is correct. Bingo. He's on fire. Joe's on fire. Kenny says 23,640. So yeah, I think he was talking about that. Kenny's correct. Monique says 23,530. No, too close. Nope. Why is that too close? Because that ain't nothing but 0.15 per 0.15% away, Monique. They can do that in one candle. That ain't nothing. So no, close. That, Monique, is an internal liquidity, but they can sweep that at any given moment. I'm talking about where they're gonna go to make a decent amount of money at. Like I'm talking about like some decent liquidity zones, like some external liquidity. That's what I'm talking about. Down to nope. I'm not even talking about trading strategies. I'm talking about this is not about FEGs. This is not about imbalances. I am talking about where they're going to go to make the money. Their first objective to fill orders. Target liquidity and the fill orders. Where can they possibly go up or down? I don't give a shit. Up or down, give me an up or down target. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yova. Luton, you can ask a question from TikTok, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to answer it. The only questions that I am fully 100% obligated to answer is from Discord. So because they can share their screens with me, they can send me pictures and stuff like that. But I can't answer trade setups from TikTok. I'm sorry, man. You're gonna have to pay the $11 for the knowledge page, and then $29 to then join Discord to then understand what we're talking about. Because I don't know what you know and what you don't know. I don't know where you're at in your development. No, not a trade. This is a class that I'm running from, for the people inside Discord, brother. Right here. We're inside Discord and then we're running a class. So you just get to listen to them, ask questions, and then see them improve. Okay, I'm getting ready to answer this right now. That's because it's right above the bullish FEG for the low above. No, this has nothing to do with FEGs. This just has to do with where they're going to target the next day to potentially start to make money. That's it. To sweep and then to take out orders, buy or sell stops. That's it. To start hunting liquidity. Where are they going to go to start hunting orders at? How they're going to do it? How they're going to do it is step 2 and 3. I'm talking about 1. We got to learn how to walk first, not run and jump. Run and jump is 2 and 3. I'm talking about put your left foot in front of the right foot. That's what I'm talking about. So how they're going to go about doing it is how you align your trading strategies. I'm talking about just the basics, the concepts. That's it. So we're just looking at liquidity. That's it. Guys, I know that it might sound stupid and dumbed down, but guys, this is all that I do. Guys, trading is so simple to me to the point to where I can read this market because I've stripped it down to its chrome. That's it. And then I wait for an optimal entry for them to give it to me and I take it. And I'm in and I'm out. And then I just repeat the process over and over again. And that's what you'll learn to do. That's it. That's all that I do. Kenny says, got it. All right. 21,670. 21,160. I'm sorry. Whew, I was going to say, good Lord, Latanya. Hey, now on a normal day, 21? Whew. Oh, Jesus. We're not going to get there. Well, Trump came out and said, hey, 100% tariffs on everybody, we might get there. But not in one day. Nah, I know it's hard to see the numbers. I know. That's why I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt, because it's not your screen, so you can't zoom in and out. But it's like that on purpose. 23, she means 23,620. 23,620, she says. I think she means right here. Yes, right here, this will be an internal liquidity zone. So once they get here, they might slightly pull it back, and then they might target up into here. So, yeah, maybe. I might give that to her. But that ain't nothing but 0.25% away from where we're at right now, Latanya. That's nothing. They could do that in 2 candles. Literally, one, if they being for real, like one serious FU candle randomly, they could do that in 1 candle. So, maybe. But right up in here is right. How did you come to that conclusion? What conclusion, Felicia? Before I move on, what conclusion did I come to? What conclusion are you talking about? What conclusion? I thought you were talking about step 1, where they're headed. Yeah, I am on step 1. I am on step 1. What do you mean? That's step 1. It's just that I'm just being realistic on step 1. Like I'm not looking at it and going, On a no news driver day, they're probably going to come down here and give up this entire move in one day. So like this tomorrow, this is out of the question for me. This liquidity zone right here is out of the question for me. Why would I start trying to formulate trade ideas off of that for? Why would I want to do that? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I think that on a no news driver day that they're just going to dump this market all the way down here after taking it all the way up here the day before? Why would they do that? So that's what I mean. So So yes. What it is I'm putting cuffs on myself. So I'm going, they're probably not gonna they're not gonna take this market up 2.5% in one day, and then the next day dump it 2.5% on no news. Right? Hey Adam, what's up, buddy? I remember you. So so that's what I'm thinking, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm thinking, right? Alrighty. So this right here is technically speaking a no. That's false. All right. So with that being said, this right here is a decent range. What we got? We got a we got about a 0.6% move, 0.6% range up or down, right? We got this liquidity here, and we got this. So that's what we're going to operate under, right? That's it. That is it. So now what you're going to have to do is that when we wake up tomorrow, we're going to have to see where we're at and see if we swept this. When we wake up, see if we swept this or this. And then if they complete one of those objectives, then we have to ask ourselves and go, where can they most likely go? What are they doing? Are they bouncing it here in this? Are they bouncing here in this busy? Or when we wake up, are we hanging out in here? And then did we sweep here? And can I take a long off of here, off of something in here? Can I do that? Now that's step 2 or step 3. But initially speaking, you have to understand that here or here is where they're going to go. We don't know. We don't know. That's step 2, 3, and 4. But now we know that where they go, where they're going to go to make money, is either lower or higher, and they're going to target this or this. And if they don't do that, then guess what we do? If they don't do that, and if tomorrow this market looks like this, guess what we do? If this market looks like this in here with nothing going on, guess what we do tomorrow? Bingo. Woo! LaTanya has it. We do nothing. Like they said in Atlanta, nah. We ain't gonna do nothing. We ain't gonna do nothing. We're not gonna do nothing. We're gonna save our money. And then guess what we're gonna do again? On Tuesday. They'll probably target it. But everyone in the meantime, they would have blown up their accounts. Adam says we don't trade. Correct. We don't trade. We're gonna do none. No trade. None. Sauce. Yep. We're gonna do none. No trade. But what I just told you just now, 95% of traders do not get, and they do not understand, and then they blow up their accounts because they think that being a day trader means that you are forced to trade every single day, multiple times a day, a dozen or so trades a day. They don't get that concept. So you just outclass 90% of other traders with that concept right there alone. If they don't at a minimum start to target this, and if you can't structure a trade on a pullback to then target this, or in the midst of them targeting this, one of these internal liquidity zones, then you just don't do anything. Like right now, there's no trade setup right here, right now. So we avoid the time distortion. So that thing that Joe was talking about, he's like, man, I always get hit with time distortion. Then you just don't, you just do nothing. We do nothing. It's just that simple. Yeah. Thanks, Nika. Gracias, Nika. Gracias. Gracias, mi hermana. Gracias, mi hermana. Mi hermana. Gracias. Gracias. Yep. Adam is right. Guys, any day that you can trade, any day that you can stay within your risk parameters and you can survive to the next day, small win or big win, or even a small loss, and you can survive to the next day to then execute your trading strategy. I'm not talking about no support and resistance or no trend lines, and no, because you're gonna blow up the account sooner or later with that shit. I'm talking about to where you understand how to manage your risk accordingly, and you can extract ticks, not money, because don't stop attaching monetary value to this market. Because guys, once you start doing the challenge that we're doing, which I'm gonna walk you through it, what Discord is, I'm gonna walk you through Discord, guys. Once we start, because we're gonna build it up from less than $1,000 to up to making $10,000 to $15,000 over the course of a month or two, guys, once you start making $5,000 to $10,000 a day, you gotta remove the money aspect, because the same way that you make $500 a trade is the same way that we're gonna make $10,000 a trade. It's gonna be the same thing. So stop looking at the money. You gotta look at the ticks or the percentages. I'm being honest with you. So anyway, this is what they're gonna go. So I don't know anything else other than that. So now I'm going to operate under this logic. Now we go to step 2 or 3 in regards to what I'm going to then send out inside Discord. The trade plan. Step 2 or 3 is this. Okay, what's more than likely going to happen? I got a question for you, for everyone inside Discord, that is. And TikTok can answer, but I might not answer. I might not, but I'm not going to really look at their responses, or like fully to this question, because this is primarily for this is less for the people inside Discord. Do you think that they are more than likely to go up tomorrow or down after a huge move like this? This is important because I want to know what you're thinking, so that I can say, so that I can say whether or not that you should not be doing that. This is important. What you think, Joe? What you think, Latanya? What you think, Felicia? Do you think it's more than likely that they take this out or this out tomorrow? Which circle tomorrow? Which one? Adam, the market can consolidate at any given moment. So don't just randomly expect time distortion until they've swept a major objective, like swept liquidity, so that they can then target the people inside options. That's why they do time distortion, because they're just engineering liquidity for the people inside options. That's it, because they make money when the market goes sideways now too, with 0 DTE. So don't do that, Adam. Don't just say, oh, the market's going to go sideways, and then they start targeting upper levels of liquidity, and then you get left in the dust. So don't do that. Guys, you're going to have to, you get paid to react, not to predict. But however, you're going to have to think in your mind like, what's more than likely to happen? Guys, I'm not going, I know for a fact the market's going to go up tomorrow. The market's going to go down tomorrow, Busteroo. Or, the market's going to go sideways. No, I go, what's more than likely going to happen tomorrow? So I think, guys, I think in probabilities. Monique says low down, 23,650. So Latanya says it's already at a high, right? Well, no, we're right here. What I'm saying is this: what's more than likely to happen? This market to take out this or this tomorrow? What's more than likely? I was thinking low to get in the 15, 5, or 1 to go higher. Okay, that's a probability. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Already? Okay. 23,650, she said. Okay. Guys, listen. They could take this out, but hold on. Let me rephrase that, because Joe is correct, because they could just sweep this on like a fucking nasty Judah swing and then come up in the air. So my question to you is this: do you think this market over the course of the next day or two is more than likely to start to fully retrace or to start to fully go higher again? Let me rephrase it like that. Higher as in like we seriously go higher, or like this move right here was faking and we start to dump and start to give all of this back up. Go higher. What about you, Joe? Guys, because Joe was talking about sweeping this and then going higher. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, what do you think? Zane, if you blew up your account last Friday because of the news, you need to be inside Discord. That would not have happened to you. You would have known. So you need to be inside here, bro. I'm being honest with you. You need to be inside here, Zane. You need to be inside here because you would have been on alert with this. Powell Jackson Hole's speech at 10 a.m. Friday is not the day to grow a brain. It is not the day to be chasing trades. You are likely to get fuck you candles out of nowhere if Powell says something unexpected. He said something unexpected. And then you would have known VIX expiration is behind us. The market's been cooling off for 5 days in a row. I'm fully guys, this was 4 days ago. I'm fully expecting them to bounce this market to find buy-side liquidity. You would not have blown your account. Guys, this is what I'm talking about. If you don't know what you're doing, guys, even if you know what you're doing, you need to be reading this. You would have known about this plan right here ahead of time. You would have known about Gap Fill Thursday. Gapping down is the most bullish thing that they can do. You would have known that. All right? You would have known that. Right here, I repeat it again. With Powell speaking all day, expect FU candles randomly out of time distortion. You would have known that. Guys, look. I sent out here in the news feed as well. Guys, look. Guys, I sent this out 3 days ago. Look. I'm sorry, not that. Right here. 3 days ago. People hedging. Guys, look. I sent this out before the market opened. Pay attention. Look. People hedging. A volume crush sends this market to the moon. You would have known what they was doing. I sent it out here for a reason. For a reason. I didn't just send it out for my health. Because I knew that that's what they was going to do. A volume crush was going to send it to the moon. They crushed VIX. Guys, VIX is down 15%. So you would have known. So you need to pay for Discord to be up in here. I'm being for real. To at a minimum save your account from being blown, brother. And then we could talk about strategies after the fact. I'm just being for real with you. Thanks, Nika. All right. So what we got inside Discord? Back to that. The last point of the day. Higher, higher. Historically, it will go higher. Okay. So Monique says down. Monique is wrong. Why is Monique wrong? Because of what I said in the pre-market plan. They're trying to target upper levels of liquidity, and they haven't made a new all-time high yet on SPY, and they just pumped this up. Why would they go lower? Why would they just randomly just reverse this market on a dime after pumping it up 2%? Why would they do that for? In my brain, it doesn't make any sense. In my brain, why would they come here instead of taking this out here? This high right here was established during London. That's not gonna stand in at all. Monique, they are gonna come here. That's why I have this circle. So it's either gonna be next week or the week after. I swear to God, I promise you, they are gonna come here. Whether you like it or not. It's just a matter of which news driver they decide to do it off of. They might just do time distortion on Monday and Tuesday, and then on the next news driver on like Wednesday or Thursday, they'll shoot it. Or they might wait till Friday to the biggest news driver of the week. They are going to come here to take this out. I swear to God. We have called it time in and time out and time in and time out every single time inside Discord. That's how I know that they're going to keep on shooting it. That's how I know. So logically speaking, I just think that it's more than like, because guys, if ES goes to the all-time high, NQ is going to go with it. I'm sorry. It just is. So they're going to start targeting upper levels of liquidity again. So this right here might even be on the table within the next week. This is on the table. This is on the table. Look. This market is full-blown bullish. So with that being said, higher is far more than likely. So if you in your brain, if you were thinking, man, damn, that came so far, RSI oversold, RSI overbought, they got to go lower. No. The only reason why they might go lower is they didn't target some of this lower liquidity, fine strength in here, then they'll go higher on the next news driver. But the ultimate trend direction is up because they want to take out that liquidity to the upside. So everyone else is correct. So yes. So with that being said, I personally am going to be looking at trades that are going to structure itself that align with this bias initially throughout the day. So that's just what I'm looking for in particular. So for example, if we sweep this, then I'm for sure starting to look for longs. For like for sure. Because they swept this, so I think so I still think that they're going to come here. I just think that any downside move is just a fake out. I'm serious. So like that's how I get the optimal trade entries as well. So anyway, that's basically it. Um, Shit, we've been going at it for 4 hours now, teaching guys. I'm willing to make sure everyone gets it. 4 hours. I can't give you an opinion on gold. Cannot do that because I don't trade gold, and I don't talk about things that I don't know for a certain, 100% for a fact. Well, nothing is 100% for certain, not even life. So, not anything that I have put blood, sweat, and tears behind, and that I can fully 100% teach with full blown confidence. So, I can't tell you how to trade gold because I don't even look at it. So, and I don't speak on things that I don't know about. People got to start doing that. They got to stop speaking on things that they don't know about. So, I can't give you advice on that. I'm going to be honest. I wish I could. I can't even give you advice on Bitcoin. I can't. The only thing I can give you advice on is these major indices. That's it. Of course I day trade. Of course I day trade. And then I could only give you predictions on stuff like this. Like if you come down here to Discord and like if you're a swing trader, this is the perfect Discord for you. Stuff like this. Like you'll go over here to the stock channel like this, and then you'll do this. Like how like I'll send out alerts like this, like on UNH. And then random stuff like this will happen. Like Warren Buffett will randomly decide to buy the shit that I'm talking about. And then the shit will be up 30, 45, 50% in the course of like a week. So I sent this out right here. So this is the only channel where you can remotely turn your brain off at. And I'll send shit out like Lululemon right here. And guys, I'm not copying this from nowhere. Like that. And then I'll send out confirmations of me buying it as well. Right here. And then you can do that, and then you can swing trade. And then, so like if you have an investment portfolio or anything like that, then you can make 15, 20 to upwards of 30, 40% off of your entire portfolio and make money while you're sleeping. Then you can day trade with us during the day. And then make $10,000 to $15,000 a day doing what we're doing. You can do that. So yeah, that's why I said, do you believe? I do. Yep, fully out at 300. Yeah, this trade right here is still valid. So yeah. The time frame is 3 to 6 months though, and it's long only, and it's only going to be high level names, minimum in the S&P 500, minimum, but they're going to be blue chip growth names. It's almost fail proof because I'm not going to tell you to short something that almost goes up all the time. So I only speak on things that I don't know. I'm sorry. I only speak on things that I know and things that I put my own money behind. Guys, listen. You're getting advice from a guy that used to run his own hedge fund. Yeah. So yeah, I started my own 3C1. So, and then I have a degree in finance. So like, I'm looking at all of this stuff. All right. So anyway, that's that. So let's see what we got. What's Joe's question? Shirley's in here. Hey, Shirley, how you doing? Shirley, how's it going? It's good to see you. You doing okay? Did you get my my message about the transfer of your membership? How are you doing? You doing okay? You doing all right? Just want to make sure you're good. Guys, I do this for everybody. All right. My favorite trade setup. There's a lot of different things that I look for. Hey, I'm good. Just got home from Houston. Yeah. Hey, Shirley, look, you missed it. So like you left when I saw everybody's messages about Houston. I was like, what the hell is going on over there in Houston? Like, man, like I was like, man, I need to go over there to Houston because a few of my boys play for the Houston Rockets. A couple of them play for the Houston Rockets, and I was like, man, this must be popping over there in Houston because everybody talking about Houston. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Anyway, I hope it was good. I hope you enjoyed yourself, Shirley. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Anyway, what was Joe's question? What if they swept 23-5-10 and then they would you take something like that, 23-5-10? So yeah, I would take a super 23-5-10 if they swept it and then if they gave me a bullish imbalance with multiple levels of confirmation to a pullback. Guys, that's step 2 and 3. So that's step 2 and 3. So if they swept this down into here, and then if we shot up into here like this, and then they pull back, and then I got a bullish imbalance to manage my risk off of, to then target something like this, then yeah, I could do that. But I'm not just gonna long it right here at this moment before we sweep this, because I'm thinking in my mind, why would they stop at 23,510 instead of going to 23,492? Because I need them to tap into a higher level, like a higher level imbalance. I need to tap into a 1.5 and a 15, or at a minimum of 15, to then for me to even consider that this market is going to reverse. Guys, this market right now is trapped between this 15-minute SIBI and this 15-minute BISI. That's it. So until this shit gets resolved, this market ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere. All right. So the things that I like the best is the 1150 is trade setups off the 1150 macro. That's not inside the knowledge page. That's Discord only. The 12-weight lunch sweep, that's inside Discord only, that I've back tested and proven. Guys, these things hit at about like 90%. And then I also like taking trade setups off a gap fill Thursday. Those are my personal favorites. All of those are inside Discord. All right. Those are my personal favorites because I write that down every single day because I try to look for those. Trade setups off the 1150 macro with multiple levels of confirmation, 12-weight lunch sweep, and then gap fill Thursday. Because, man, gap fill Thursday is a fucking beast. Guys, you've seen the power of it. How much is it? How much is what? Discord? Oh, the knowledge page is $11 a month. So you will learn and understand what you're looking at for $11, and then Discord, because we're running a class right now. So you actually get one-on-one free lessons, and you can ask as many questions as you want to from Discord, and that is one class on the weekend, and you get to choose really what day you get to vote on that, and that's $29 a month with all of the models that are inside Discord. So for the next 2 weeks, we will be training to do the eval instant pass, to then scale up on it on as of to if we were, well, most people are this, but like if I was a normal person going through the process that I am telling the people and my students in here, if I had $1,000 or less, to how I could turn $1,000 into 50,000, and then once you do that, you'll automatically be at the point to where you're making $10,000 to $15,000 a day doing what we're doing. So we will walk everybody through that process because we had an overwhelming vote because everyone wanted to be walked through that process. So that's the challenge that we're going to do. The Discord link is inside my bio, but it is not the Discord link. You have to pay for the $11 knowledge page. So click the link tree, and then it will take you to the knowledge page. That's $11. And then you can join Discord the same day, but you're still going to have to, but you can't skip that, because if you join and if you say, hey, what's a FVG? I'm going to say, did you read page 1? Did you watch the video where it intentionally says, do not ask me a question if you did not watch this video? And if you say, hey, what's a candlestick? I'm going to go, did you read page 1? It says that. And then if you go, hey, what's a prop firm? I'm going to go, did you read page 3? Like that. That's how that's going to work. Oh, so you can't join for free? Yeah, nah. Nope, it's not free. I got a question for you. I got a serious question for you, my brother. What job do you know, or what skill, anything that you know that you have ever done to where you did not have a teacher? Like a paid instructor. Like even school, like even free school, that's not free because the government's paying for that. Because your teacher has a salary. What job do you know that you can do that? Especially a job like this, to where after a few months you could be making $10,000 to $15,000 a day off of less than $500 to $1,000 invested, and you could be on the upwards of society. What do you know how to do that? Even your parents had to instruct you how to wipe your butt correctly. Yeah. Oh yeah. Is it? That's fair. I was just confused on why you couldn't join for free. Oh, okay, yeah, man. Yeah, nah. Also, the reason why it's not free, because I would do it for free, honestly, but it's because there would be a lot of riffraff, and there would be a lot of trollers joining in, and so I get to keep them at bay for $11. And then the people that want to join, and want to change their lives, but don't want to read. So like you can't access Discord and fail unless you pay for the $11 knowledge page. So like you can't join Discord without paying the $11 first per month. Cannot do that. That's why it's separate. So Discord is like a hidden wall. So you got to do a little bit of reading first, and you got to follow some instructions in order to join Discord. Yeah, price is generous. Yeah, yeah. If you can't pay $1 a month, you should not. Yeah, yes, correctly, master. Yes, yeah, yeah. If you can't pay the $11 a month, then you don't need to be trading. Guys. I'm just being honest. It's okay. Whatever you need to do, guys. Look, you just need to stack your money up. If you cannot afford $11 a month plus a $29 membership in order for you to like for someone to seriously guide you through this market while you're learning on the pathway to making $5,000 to $10,000 a day, you don't need to be guys. A month. This is not, guys. This is not something that you need to be a part of. I'm serious. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. No one's going to tell you the truth, guys. I have turned people down that said, "Man, I got $100 to my name. What can I do?" You guys have heard me turn them down and say, "Hey, look, no, this is not for you." I'm sorry, man. This is just not for you. Don't do that. Keep your money and stack your money. So the challenge that we're going to do, it is under the notion that you have at least $500 to $1,000 to spend. And you were in Discord and you were asking questions for at least a month or two so that you have an understanding of what's going on. And so then I will walk you through the process. And once you have that and you spend a couple months with us and you've practiced, then I will walk you through how to then get to the point of making $10,000 to $15,000 a day after a month or two. But you cannot skip that process beforehand. He says, "Yep, those free Discords are ridiculous. Has excessive mess." Yeah, bro. It's just bogged down. And it's just, hey, bro, and it's just highly unorganized. This shit right here is fully organized. There's channels in here that no one can respond to. It's just me. So you get one of these messages a day in here, and it's clear. You get Gap Field Thursday, the information is clear. You have a film review channel right in here. So today's lesson is going to be posted in here, so you can go back in time. We have a profit channel where people post profits, and then we have one group chat where everybody can talk. That's right here. And then we have the models and the terminology. Look, no one else can send messages in here. These are the time hacks models. And then the models right here so that you can backtest it yourself. And then we have an 800 catalog book catalog. But you don't need books to learn how to read. It's not 50, 60 years ago. This shit is computer generated. And then we got the eval instant pass in here to show you how to get an unlimited amount of accounts. But you need to learn first. You can't do that if you don't have the knowledge first. That's key, because it don't matter how many accounts you can get if you're just gonna blow them. And then we have a news feed where it sends up the most important things, like this right here. If you would have paid attention to this news feed, you would have known that they were getting ready to do a volume crush and send this market to the moon in the morning. But I sent that out beforehand as well. Just important stuff. That's it. That's it. And then, oh shoot, I got to do a giveaway. Last giveaway, how long ago was it? 2 months ago? A month ago? A month and a half ago? Oof. Got to give out some more free money. I'm going to do that. Got to give out some more free money. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to give out some more free money. All right. So this was the announcement. So this is what we got. So this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to help you turn $500 to $1,000 into $50,000 in like a month or two. And then once you do that, then it's going to be a factory, because then you're going to be making $5,000 to $10,000 a day minimum. So that's what we're going to do. But you got to be in Discord in order to access this, because I'm going to create a new channel in here, and then we're going to track the process. And then I'm going to walk everybody through it step by step. And so that process is going to begin in about another week and a half to 2 weeks. Everybody inside Discord. Everybody inside Discord will be walked through how to ultimately change their lives. And then they can ask me questions in the meantime, and then we'll make sure that everyone's set up, and then we will trade accordingly. And then they will take the same trades I'm taking, because they will understand how to trade. And then we will get a week and a half to 2 weeks for practice, and then we'll do it. And then in 2 or 3 months, we'll be at 50,000, and then we'll just be turning out, and then we'll be making $15,000, $20,000 a clip in payouts. So yep. But guys, look, we start trading live tomorrow at 9:35. 9:40 on TikTok, 9:15, 9:20 inside Discord. But TikTok can't really ask me questions or trade setups. You got to be inside Discord, and then you're not gonna be able to see the shit that we got going on. Oh yeah, but brother, listen, look. The reason why I talk like this is because I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to the market maker in order for me to understand how this market moves. But you don't have to do that. You just have to listen to me and see what's going on. But you can see that on a daily basis based off of what I'm talking about. So because why? Because every single strategy that you could ever imagine, I have traded, including them. The only one I have not traded was the moon tides. But I did research on the astrology trading strategies, and that shit was just pointless. So I was like, oh my God, I can't do that. And then I just paired everything with what I've learned, and so the ICT just fully unlocked it for me. But I'm not strictly fully just trading ICT alone. I'm exercising discretion off of it. And then I feel as though that I've mastered the psychological side of it as well. So that's just what I'm doing. And I'm just showing everybody. Nope, futures are open 23 hours a day. 23 hours a day, believe it or not. MBTG. What we got? So, yep, that's that. Anything else? Any other questions? Because I got to log off because this video is getting kind of long and I got to upload this video for the people inside Discord. Any other questions? We'll be on here tomorrow, guys. Guys, the Discord link is inside my bio. So if you guys want to join this thing that we're getting ready to do, so like if you want to learn how to make your 50,000 over the next month or two, that's what we're gonna do. Great, I have a 9 to 5. Okay, yeah. Well, if you have a 9 to 5, then you're gonna have to learn and understand how to trade during Asia or London, which has a different pattern, and then you're gonna have to be willing to hold trades for an hour or two because the volatility is gonna be a little bit less. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Listen. There's a reason why this market is only open from 9:30 to 4 o'clock. It's because they want to hide this from you. They don't want you to participate in this. This is the last thing I'm gonna say, guys. One of the last things, guys. They don't before the exit, guys. They don't want you to participate in this, guys. They don't want you to figure this shit out, guys. There's a reason why the market opens up at 9:30 because the average person goes to work at 9 o'clock. So they got to leave their house. If you're in Atlanta, you got to leave your house about at least an hour early. So you got to leave at like 8 o'clock. So you got no chance. And then when you get off at 5 o'clock, the market's been closed for an hour. And so the futures market, it closes at 5 o'clock. So you can't even participate. But the normal market closes at 4. So there's nothing going on from there, from 4 to 5. Really ain't nothing going on. There's a reason why they're doing it, because most people live on the East Coast. I'm serious. So the only chance you really got if you got a 9 to 5 is if you're in California. But you got to wake up stupid early. And then you only get a few hours a couple hours in order to do that. That's it. So guys, look, if you want financial freedom, guys, I'm gonna be honest. That's why they're hiding this shit from you. I'm being honest. I live stream every single day from 9:30 until 4 o'clock. And I trade live. Nobody does that. No Furu is willing to do that. Why? Because they can't call out the market, and so they'll get criticized. And they're scared to show their wins or their losses on stream because they're scamming people. I'm being honest, they are. They're just scamming people because they care more about people signing up for a $5,000 a month course than they are about seriously making money. And most of them aren't even profitable. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just trading support and resistance or where their trend lines. And then they're trying to get you to trade RSI and these weird MACD strategies and shit like that has no bearing upon how this market is really moving. And they don't know what the fuck this market is doing. But even the ones that are profitable, they got like a 3-to-1 R, so they only need to be right 26% of the time in order to make money if they are profitable. But if they showed you, and if they traded live, and if you knew that they were only right 26 to 30% of the time, you would not follow that strategy. You would not do that because you would be like, yo, this person's wrong 70% or 75% of the time. What the fuck are they doing? They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Why would I want to do this? You wouldn't do that. So anyway. Yeah, so yeah, guys, the people inside Discord, we're going to get to it. I promise, guys, you're gonna get your first 50,000. We're gonna do this. So, so for the next week or two, we're gonna be working on trading skills and then building our skills and building habits in order for us to take high level entries to then prepare us for when we do eval instant pass in 2 weeks. And then we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna get the accounts, and then we'll be good money from there. All right, that's what we're gonna do. No, I do not do EMAs. Why would you want to trade? Why would you want to trade a 9 or 21 day EMA for something that's going off of 21 days worth of data in the past? How the fuck is, excuse me? How is a 21 day EMA going to save your ass against a candle like this? How is a 21 EMA going to save you against a flush like this and then they do a V-shaped recovery immediately? How is a VWAP going to save you whenever they shoot up like this and they just shoot it past it, and then they come down here like this and they keep it here sideways and they do a liquidation dump and then they flush it like this? How is that going to save you against something like this and then they do something like this and they reverse it like this? How is the EMA going to save you on that? You're going to blow up the account. Hey, hola, Nika. You're going to blow up the account. So no, I don't do that. Why would I do that for? Why would I want to do that when I can read them? Guys, the EMAs is for the people that don't know how to read the market. Because you can't manage your risk off that. You're going to blow up the account. I'm being for real. You're going to blow up the account. Guys, the EMAs and the RSIs is for the people that literally don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then they're teaching other people that don't, because the people that don't know what the fuck they're doing, they're teaching the people that don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then they're just breeding and festering people that don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then they're just blowing up the accounts all together. I'm being for real. That's it. So yeah, nah, none of that. You're going to learn how to, you are going to be forced to learn how to read the market from Discord the correct way. And then you have an infinite money glitch. I'm serious. It'll be an infinite money glitch for you with minimal startup costs. I'm being for real. I'm not even bullshitting. What up? Anyway, that's it, guys. The knowledge community page is $11 in my bio. You will learn how to at least understand how to read the market. And then Discord is $29. I will show you how to join from page 1. It is foolproof. It's WAP. You want to know who I am? You can look me up, whatever the case may be. All right, guys. I got to go. I got to go enjoy my day. We've been at it for 4.5 hours. Woo! 4.5 hours. This class took 4.5 hours. I am willing to help everybody. And we will get to it. Any other questions before we log off?
Nah, yo, I just want to say I appreciate you. I came in kind of late, but I've been listening all day. You already know how I do. But yeah, I wanted to talk to you later about that S2F plus that you sent me.
Okay.
I don't think we went over that here. I ain't want to bring that up
Okay.
in here if it wasn't for discussion. You heard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll DM you. You know what I'm saying? I'll DM you when I log off. We can do that. Monique. Hey, I appreciate you, Monique. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you for showing up every single day. And you're showing up and you're showing up every single day and you're willing to learn. And I promise you, Monique, you're going to get there. And whatever you want to achieve, you're going to get there. And I'm going to make sure that you get there. I promise. I promise. Because obviously, I'm not here to make no money off you. I'm serious. You're going to get there, Monique. I promise you. So continue to show up. Scuff Puppy. Woo, what's up, buddy? Scuff Puppy, you didn't join. You said you was going to join. Eastern Standard. Guys, it doesn't matter what time zone you're in. Your chart needs to be set to UTC4, Eastern Standard Time Zone. Anything else is irrelevant. This market is only going off of Eastern Standard Time. Oh, you don't get paid till tomorrow? Oh, okay. All right, do your thing. Brother, I'm just giving you a hard time, man. I'm just joking, man. Bro, take your time, brother. You can watch for free. What's up, Scuff Up? You all right, man? You my guy, brother. You my guy, brother. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. So, Scuff Puppy, look, just so you're aware, what we're doing is this. You are in luck. This is what we're going to be doing, Scuff Puppy. Because you said you're going to join. I'm going to show you. This is what we're doing. We are going to start a less than $1,000 to $50,000 challenge and withdrawal challenge. So I am going to walk everybody through Discord that is now a member, that is a part of Discord, which will be you. I will walk everyone through that, how that is done. So we will do that. All right. And that is the process where I will walk people through that day by day. and we're gonna start out with like three or four with like two or three accounts, and then we're gonna get our first payout. Then we're gonna reinvest that and do the next eval instant pass, and then we're gonna get 10 to 15 accounts, and then we're gonna get right to making $5,000 to $10,000 a day doing that. Then we're gonna get our third payout, and after our second payout, we're gonna be hitting on about $20,000 to $30,000 a clip, and then we're gonna put a specific portion aside, and I'm going to instruct people. I'm going to walk your hand through it on as to how I did it. But by then, after that second payout, you're just going to be in after a second payout, guys, you are going to be in an infinite money glitch factory. Do not get a 15 or $20,000 payout, and then you go to Miami and you blow all 20,000, and then you have a rough trading day or two, and now you back at ground zero. No, you put 5 to 6,000 aside in the event that something happens. This is your business. And then you pocket the other 15 so that you can have a money factory, guys. That's how this works. This is foolproof if you have discipline, all right? This is foolproof. He said, I'd rather buy real estate. Yeah, do that. Do whatever you want to do. But if I was you, I'm going to be honest. I would put it inside of a Charles Schwab account, and I would carry my funky butt right on over here to the stock swinging channel right here. Right here. Where's it at? Where's the stocks channel? Right here. To the trading floor. And I would buy shit like this that gets sent out. Like UNH at 237 when I sent on this alert. And I would sell it like 300. And so like you would grow like $20,000, $30,000 a clip. Like if you bought it on margin, $20,000, so like you would make, conservatively speaking, you would make so off of 40,000 times 0.3, you would make $12,000 a clip while you sleeping over the course of 2 or 3 weeks. Well, this played out over the course of 2 or 3 weeks, and then you would just continuously grow your money while you're sleeping, while you're doing nothing. And the same thing with Lulu, right here. When I sent this out at 190, you would have bought here, and Lulu's at damn near 210 right now. It's getting ready to go to 220. You would do the same thing. And you would just grow like that. This is better than real estate. Trust me. Everything is inside the knowledge and community page. Which prop firms, the do's and the don'ts, all of that. The knowledge and community page. That's on page 3. But you can't do the eval instant pass unless it's a 1 day to pass. An unlimited amount of eval. So it has to be a 1 day to pass prop firm. So Apex, Bullinox, Tradeify, those kinds of firms. Not Top Step. Now, Top Step is still good. Take Profit is still good. TPT, they're good. But you got to actually trade the evals with them. I don't trade the evals. I pass instantly like this. So we're going under that notion. So guys, if you have a TPT, this does not apply to you. You're going to have to get the accounts and then scale up like that. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. So anyway, guys, I got to log off and I got to save this video. Like I always say, well, I'm not going to say this. Well, like I always say at the end of the video, I always say, hey, if you lost money, so and so and forth, or if you won money, hey, it's okay. I love it. Guys, listen. So I'm not going to say that, but I will say I love every last one of you guys. The market opens up tomorrow. Please make smart and educated decisions. If you are trading support and resistance and trend lines and these weird things and you can't manage your risk, and if you keep blowing up accounts, you need to stop doing that. Stop doing things that don't make sense. If you don't know what you're doing, and if when you press that button, you get scared, you need to stop because you don't know what you're doing. You need the knowledge. There is no other job in this world or anything that you have ever done to where you can ever navigate any type of anything in life without having an instructor that will then get you to the destination so that you can then do it yourself. And then you can choose to be on board after you have proven that you can do it yourself. But after you're making $5,000 to $10,000 a day doing what we're doing, you're not gonna give a shit about no $20 a month and no Discord. You're not gonna care. So that's how I'm playing a mental game with you, because I know you're not gonna care. If I was charging $5,000 a month, you would stop. But you're not gonna care about no $20 no month, or no $11 a month for no knowledge page, or which is $27 every 3 months that I got it set up for. You're not gonna care about no $27 a month or $27 every 3 months. You're not gonna give a shit. So yeah, I'm playing a psychological game with you. So yes, that's true. Because I know once you get to the destination, you're not going to care. Because you're going to then care more about the psychological aspect and about the shit that we're sending in here before you log off. So with that being said, guys, so I'm sorry. So yeah, the unlimited amount of evals right here. It's right here. Sorry. So Discord can see. So guys, look. With that being said, guys, you need the knowledge. It's $11. The link is in my bio. The Discord link is on page 1 of the knowledge page. It's hidden like that on purpose. You cannot join if you don't pay for the knowledge page. So you can join Discord while you read the knowledge and while you study at night or whenever you're off. But you cannot join Discord without the knowledge page. That's $11. All right. So whatever you decide to do tomorrow, just log in with us and trade live with us, and then we'll be good. All right. I love every last one of you guys. Get some rest tonight. We'll be here bright and early tomorrow. All right. Aquafun. I don't know nothing about Aquafun, brother. I'm gonna be honest, I don't. All right, guys. Talk soon. DM me if you got any questions. DM me if you got any questions. You guys TikTok can DM me too. I might not respond to the guys because I'm not going to respond to trade questions or anything like that. But like if you ask me about a question about how to join, I'll do that. All right, guys. Love all you guys. Talk soon. Bye-bye. Hey, guys. Quick question. People inside Discord, do you guys want me to upload the video? Guys, it is 4.5 hours long. Today's lesson was 4.5 hours. Do you guys want me to do that? Okay. All right, then I'll do it. All right. So if you guys want it, I'll do it. All right, guys. So that you guys can review it. That's what you're here for. All right, guys. All right, TikTok. Tomorrow, 9:30. No, 9:35, 9:40. Link is in the bio. Talk soon, guys. I love you. Bye. Bye, Nika. Adios. Bonita Nika. See you mañana. Tomorrow. Mañana, Nika. Mañana, tomorrow. She's from the Dominican Republic, guys. All right, guys. I gotta stop goofing off. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Love all you guys. RB Master. Thanks for liking the live, guys. See you soon. Adios, mi amor. Adios, mi hermana. Adios. Mi hermana. Adios, mi hermana. All right, talk soon.